We will, as Uwe said, start the program with the women's long jump, which will be at 1 p.m. That's 1300 hours. We'll then move into a 200-meter race for the women. Then at 2:30 p.m. is the men's long jump, followed by the men's 400-meter hurdles. That'll be then the women's 400-meter hurdles, and the women's javelin will come up after that. Then we'll move into the sprint hurdle races, starting with the men first at 15:25, and 20 minutes later at 15:45 will be the heats of the women's 100-meter hurdles. We will then have a men's triple jump at 1600 hours. Then comes the final of the hurdles, starting with the men and then the women's. We'll then move into our 100-meter sprint heats. 17:05 will begin the women's heats, and they will be followed by the men's heats of the 100 meters. At 17:30 we'll have the men's discus throw, featuring Lucas Weiss-Heidinger, of course. And then at 17:55 we have the women's 800 meters, and concluding our program will be the finals of the 100 meters. We'll have an A and B final of the women's 100 at 18:20, and our last event for the evening, starting at 18:35, will be an A and B final for the men's 100 meters. So that will be our timetable for today. So everybody sit back and relax and just enjoy this live athletics we have from beautiful St. Pölten. And it promises to be an exciting day once again of Austrian athletics. We have a lot of good athletes, as Uwe said, not just from Austria but also internationally. Of course, athletes are vying for not only personal bests and good times, but we're still in the qualifying period for not only the World Championships, which will be held from the 13th to the 21st of September in Tokyo, but for the European athletes. We also have the under 23 championships from the 17th to the 20th of July. And the under 20 athletes have their European Championships from the 7th to the 10th of August. So we'll have quite a few athletes, also the young athletes, trying to reach that qualifying standards to make it to their respective European Championships, or indeed the World Championships in Tokyo. Being a World Athletics Continental Tour event, which we have today, there'll also be points available, so those that cannot directly qualify for those championships will be aiming to get bonus points for placings in their respective events, and try to get more points for those the ranking points for to be in the quota for the World Athletic Championships. Of course, for the European Championships is just the qualifying times. So we're just about to get ready for our women's long jump. As we can see up on the screen now, we have 8 competitors. We have Magdalena Lang, Lena Superkova, Ingeborg Grunwald, Adelia Shokarova, Renata Vodnyska, Moya Badi, Maya Bedrak, and Monet Nichols from the USA will be our last competitor to jump today.
Es ist exakt 13 Uhr, damit geht es in wenigen Augenblicken dann mit dem ersten Hauptbewerb los, und damit darf ich schon einmal ganz herzlich willkommen sagen und Sie heißen zum 17. Sport-Union Liese Prokop Memorial 2025 hier im Sportzentrum Niederösterreich in St. Pölten. Es ist die 17. Auflage und es ist wieder Weltklasse Leichtathletik Form 1. Wir in den kommenden Stunden so ziemlich alle ÖLV-Stars, die ihre Saison schon begonnen haben, sind heute mit dabei. Dazu einige internationale Superstars, unter anderem ein Afrika-Rekordhalter ist mit dabei und natürlich auch noch viele mehr. Die offizielle Öffnung uns dann um 14 Uhr mit einigen Vertretern des österreichischen Leichtathletikverbandes und der Politik. Jetzt und aber in wenigen Augenblicken dann, wie gesagt, der erste Bewerb, den wir etwas vorgelagert haben, den Weitsprung bei den Frauen. Ja, und damit dürfen wir euch die Weitspringerinnen nun auch vorstellen. Und folgende 8 Damen sind mit dabei. Wir begrüßen für den Heimatverein, für die Union St. Pölten, Magdalena Lang. Wir sagen herzlich willkommen an eine junge Dame aus der Slowakei. Please welcome Lena Subikova. Wir freuen uns auf die vierfache österreichische Staatsmeisterin von der Union Salzburg Leichtathletik, Ingeborg Grünwald. Dann ist wieder mit dabei eine weitere junge Dame aus Tschechien.
So our athletes now being introduced to the crowd here in St. Pölten, and then they'll shortly be getting ready to begin this women's long jump competition.
And we're going to have a couple of national champions also in this field in here, such as the Slovakian national champion that we can see here in the very background. As we've already introduced, it's going to be a pretty long meet, a pretty long live coverage here from 1 p.m. on until around 18:45 we're going to be on. David, conditions are pretty good today, and I remember in the last couple of years here in St. Pölten they always had great weather conditions. Could you explain maybe to the track fans, to the athletics fans, what's so special about turning sides here, especially for the sprints?
Well,
because they also do it in the long jump, I believe.
yeah, the exciting thing is that they have the ability here to not only jump, but as you're saying, sprint and then hurdles from both directions. So whichever way the wind is blowing on whatever day the competition is on, they have the ability to start at either end of the stadium. So in order to assist the athletes to achieve the best they can. So rather than running into a headwind, they then swap it around. So as in today, you'll see the athletes starting from what is traditionally the finish line. And then they'll be running in the reverse direction, so they're running up the straight, and finishing what normally is the start of the 100 meters. But they're doing that because the wind is blowing from that direction, and so the athletes then will have a tailwind, which then assists them to, of course, run faster times.
Well, it's a thing, as you can see it right now, the wind is blowing towards this actual running side. Also, long jump is going, of course, in the other side now. Yeah, this meet. It's actually something it's legal, everybody knows it, it's World Athletics approved, but still it's not done by so many events. Why do you think it's not the case? I mean, I've never seen it, for example, in a Diamond League or at a World Level Gold Tour.
I mean, some of these venues, they just don't have the facilities, or for Diamond League and these big stadiums, they have a permanent setup of the finish area and the timekeeping system. So it's a permanent setup. So they don't really have the capacity then to change things around. But some of these smaller meetings where, they come in on the day, set everything up by hand, and they can then set it up where they want to or where it's going to. I mean, the only thing with doing this, of course, it enables you to run fast times. Like you said, it's legal to do. But if the wind becomes too strong, if we're more than this plus 2 meters per second, then the times or the distances will not count as official results. So there is a bit of a, you have to calculate maybe which is the best way to run, but in the end, I think everything is done to assist the athletes.
Well, as of right now, we have officially started here with this event. Remember, all of the athletes here, they will have the ability to jump 6 times, as the field is 8 women strong. So first of all, everyone will have 3 attempts to do so, and then they're gonna put in the reverse order depending on which placement you are currently in the ranking in the women's long jump. Further, let's also look at the timetable here at the Liese Prokop Memorial. We're going to have women's long jump only for the first few minutes. Once again, the timetable, maybe a few of the very highlights that we're going to have, of course, they're going to happen towards the end of the meet, such as women's javelin, such as the 100-meter finals, plus, of course, the men's discus throw with Austria's local track legend Lukas Weisheidinger and Caroline Breitlinger in the women's 800 meters as well.
Speaking of the men's discus, there's something special going about this year's event. I do believe, yes.
Are they going inside the field or what?
They are throwing for the first time. Local athlete here, but normally they throw out of the arena and spectators don't get to see it. It's close up or anything, but this will be the first year they're thrown inside the arena, so it'll be something special to look out for.
But it's the beauty of track, right? I mean, they have to be, I think, in the field as well. Of course, also the throwing competitions, because usually it sometimes happens. Hammer throw gets put out somewhere, discus. Sometimes also the shot put. They believe in the stadium. They belong to the stadium.
That's also comes down to the stadium, and a lot of these bigger stadiums also host football games and stuff. And of course, when you're throwing hammers and discuses and shot puts, it's damaging the field. So the football players don't like this. They have a damaged field to play on. They want it nice and flat. But hopefully today, everything's going to be okay, and we get to see throws in field for the first time at this event.
Well, Ingeborg Grünwald, this is the Austrian with her first attempt in the women's long jump currently. Well, she has participated actually in the past in many of the under 18, under 20, also under 3 European champs, and of course she's also looking forward to push her career a little bit forward.
She's in very good form at the moment, jumping a season's best of 5.98 just last week. It comes off an indoor season of 6.09. So she's getting up towards her best jumps for this year, so it's good to see. And hope she can get over the 6-meter barrier for the first time outdoors this season.
It's actually a little more windy, I believe, than most athletes especially have expected. You could see this in the background at the net of the discus throw. You can see this here on the beach flags as well. I hope it's not going to have too much of an impact. As we already mentioned, 2 meters per second is the maximum that counts here for a legal performance, both here in the jumps and later on as well in the 100-meter dashes and the hurdle races as well. There's a little bit of place here. You can see the board, 2.1, 2.4. It's also where the athletes are waiting a little bit until the wind blows a little less, until it gets a little down.
Of course, it's also depending how they've warmed up. If they're warming up with no wind, they've got their run up, everything is set up, then all of a sudden they have 2 meters wind behind them. It pushes them a little bit faster, they overstep the mark, and their jump is invalid. So the athletes also need to judge the strength of the wind or move their run up slightly according to the wind to make sure they can optimize the distance that they are jumping.
Well, looks like we are almost here at the ski jumping competition. It looks like this as well, because sometimes when the wind's too strong they have to wait, and there's currently, the red sign, the red flag out there. No jump possible at the moment.
Unfortunately for our athletes though, once their name is called out, or once the pit is ready for the next jumper, once the name is called out, they only have 1 minute then to commence their approach for the jump. So they can't just wait forever or wait for the ideal conditions. They just have that 1 minute gap to start from.
Well, a couple of people already here actually at the very early beginning here of the track meet in St. Pölten. David, just to push it a little bit here from the Austrian side as well, the Austrian Top Meeting Series is of course also going on once again this year. 4 meets we have, and the first actually was already happening last week. It was the track night in Vienna.
Exactly, that was a great success there. But, I mean, the track night in Vienna is mainly a 5,000 meter race event, but they also had some 3,000 meter steeples and the 800 meters. But as you mentioned, these track meets, or the top meetings from Austria, it gives the Austrian top athletes more chance to compete against each other. and also bringing some of these international athletes and give them some more competition. And the events as we have today and the upcoming events involves more of the field events as well as the sprints, so it's not just the longer distance races like we had last week.
Also, it's important to have a certain level, at least bronze, silver would even be better, so the top Austrian athletes also stay here within the competition, such as Lucas Weiss-Heidinger or Victoria Hudson. Yeah, they need a certain level to get certain points. Also, others that may want to qualify for the World Championships this year.
Exactly, it's very hard for local athletes. I mean, we're talking about the Austrian athletes here, of course, because we're in Austria with these events. But the local athletes want to stay and compete in front of their friends and family and do good performances. But when they're only the low-level meetings, of course, they're chasing qualifying performances, qualifying points, prize money as well. You know, they're making a living from this, so they have to look for the better meetings. And it's just really good now that Austria has these top meetings which allow the local athletes to stay in Austria to compete at a higher level, which is what they're after.
No good first attempt here for Renata Wonijanska from the Slovak Republic. Just lives here a few kilometers actually from the Austrian border. Takes her around 2 hours to get here to this meet. Well, the sun is coming back out again. We had it already here, beautiful in the morning as well as in the last couple of days. But still the wind is way stronger than we had it here in the last week or something like this. Of course, everybody wants to qualify this year mainly for the World Championships, which are going to happen mid and end of September in Tokyo, which also brings us maybe, David, to the approach that most athletes are just starting their season right now, as it's going to be a season that is going to happen or going to, last until the end of September.
When I was going through all the athletes that are going to be here today, I found that a lot of them only really have begun competing outdoors in around May, June. And there's even some athletes that are competing today that's their first meeting outdoors. I mean, the outdoor season really is just starting to kick off now in Europe. And as you said, with the championships in Tokyo at the middle to end of September, it is a late season for the athletes. So a lot of them are only just starting around now. There are some earlier because as they're still trying to, the ones on the border to maybe making it, they want every opportunity they can get to qualify, to gain points. But as you mentioned, the top athletes that will most likely get the limits automatically, they're only just starting their season now.
Yeah, this is Moyo Badi, also here from the local track club from the Union St. Pölten. There's a very young and still prolific long jumper, which is coached here as well by Philipp Unfried. Also helped out a little bit with some advice from double Olympic champion actually Christian Taylor, who is married to the meet director, to Beate Taylor. They try to keep pushing, especially the best of the best athletes, the A and the B athletes here in the National Federation.
Well, Moya, as I said, is a young athlete. She's only 19 years old at the moment, but she is the current indoor national champion for the long jump. So she's producing some good results at the moment, and she'll be looking to go to the under-23 European Championships. As I mentioned earlier, they're in Norway, and the limit for that is 6:35.
Well, it was 4:95 here in her first attempt. Let's see what she can produce here later on. Next one, Maja Bedrac from Slovenia. She's also going towards the 6-meter mark. Probably after round number 1. We're not going to see very much more for most athletes. Actually, we have seen, a tailwind of around 1 to 2 meters per second, which is still legal and actually quite optimal right now.
Maya, more known as a heptathlete, she actually won the Balkan Championships back in 2023. Just specializing today in the long jump.
And as you can see in the background, there is still a small another meet coming up here for a couple of young athletes. Some 100-meter runs. In the very early morning we already had some runs, some 800 meters and so going on. So it's a very, very long track day actually here at this city at the track of St. Pölten.
Yes, they had some under 16 and under 18 events, and it's always good to include these youngsters in some events like this, and then they get to experience competing at a track like this with a bit of a crowd. They get to see some of their heroes around, and it gives them a bit of a push and a bit of enthusiasm as well to be able to compete along with their heroes and the people that they see just on the TV normally.
Well, and here we go with Moni Nichols. She is, or according at least on paper, the best long jumper, and she already proves this here in the very first round with her personal best of 6.97. She, of course, is the favorite, and I believe she's also the indoor champion of the United States this year in 2025.
Yes, she said her personal best of 6.97 was back a bit in 2022, but I can tell you that last year she had a wind assisted, so it didn't count in the best, but she went over 7 meters with a 7.04, and just last week she competed in the Diamond League in Stockholm. So she is one of the high quality athletes. I mean, not to mention sixth place in the Olympics is well up there at the Paris Olympics in 2024. So she's one of the more high profiled athletes we have here today.
Well, luckily, of course, they get here a few of absolutely world-class athletes to the World Athletics Continental Bronze Tour. One silver meet is also coming up later on in a few weeks, actually. It will be on the 23rd of July, the World Athletics Continental Tour. Silver meets in Eisenstadt, also very close here to the location of St. Pölten.
Always a good meeting there at Eisenstadt. I think we called Austrian record from Lucas Weiss-Heidinger 1 year.
Plus also Victoria Hudson's.
Yes.
Javelin throw, 66 meters and something. Of course, something very big here. Once an Austrian is doing a record. We might see one actually record attempt today by an Austrian named by Andreas Kingley, the Upper Austrian. He's going for the triple jump record.
It's a very long-standing record, I do believe, and it was close to being broken a few years ago. But now we have a new up-and-coming long jumper, and Kingley, well, is not far off it either. So that'll be an event to look out for.
Men's triple jump will start at 4 p.m. in 2 hours and 40 minutes. Well, we're in the second round here in the women's long jump, a competition that actually started a few minutes later due a little bit too much wind, but now conditions seem to be almost perfect. Helena Supicova, this is from Slavia STU Bratislava with her second attempt and currently leading with a mark of 6.06 with exactly 2.0 meters per second. Tailwind is Moni Nichols ahead of Moyo Bardi. David, if we just have a look at the world standards, the performances you have to fulfill to make it even to Tokyo directly, first of all. I mean, they got crazy strong performances over the last couple of years, let's say.
The performances are getting that good now, and the athletes are getting so close together. It seems every year they're raising the standards just to limit how many people they can get in there, and then of course the remaining athletes that don't automatically get these standards come in through the qualifying process. But yeah, I mean, you have to be breaking 10 seconds just to qualify for the 100 meters. This 10 seconds used to be a benchmark. Well, if you could run 10 seconds, you're winning medals. But nowadays, it's just required to qualify.
Do you think it's a fair process that, for example, just to give out some numbers, 100 meters, 48 athletes can compete. In the marathon, 100 athletes can compete. In the relays, for example, only 16 can compete. Do you think this is a fair system?
Well, I mean, it's a bit difficult to compare 100 meters to a marathon. Of course, one's out on the road, and they have. It's just one race. I mean, if you bring in 100 athletes for the 100 meters, you're going to need a timetable of 2 hours just to run 100 meters. So it's just not practical to do that. I mean, I think the relays, as you mentioned, it's always a big spectacle at these events, and it'd be good to see a few more maybe teams get into there. But the relays, a lot of athletes are also individual athletes. So they have their own events, and you have timetable clashes and things like this. So just reducing it to the best teams they have. I mean, it seems to be working. The championships are always very good at the moment, and
it's almost sold out. I mean, the masses that have visited track meets, especially Diamond League, especially World and European Championship, it's crazy good. I think the audience numbers went up so far.
Yeah, and this is because of the quality of athletes around now. And also they're trying to not have it so boring. As saying that they've compacted the timetables, they've reduced sort of the amount of people, so there's not just people winning by 20 meters, 100 meters. It's close, it's exciting, and there's action all the time, and I think that's helping to bring and then keep the spectators to the sport.
Well, let's have a look once again here. It's the row of the second attempt in the women's long jump. Just so Adela Sokorova from the Czech Republic with a performance of 5 meters and 75. Renata Vodinjanska from the Slovak Republic is the next one, and she needs 6:06 to take over the lead from Monet Nichols at the moment. By the way, if you have any questions or if you would like that we raise any topic here concerning athletics, join us on our Instagram channel, Liese Prokop Memorial, and then they will send or give us the questions directly. And when we got something to talk about, David, we got a little bit of time.
Yes, that's the opening ceremony comes up at 2:05, and then we really kick into the events where everything will be happening. This was sort of the big event on the pre-program, so that's why we've brought you that, because it is one of the big events with some good athletes in it. So it's the only thing happening at the moment, but we'll do our best to keep everybody informed with what's happening, and also anything else that might be of some interest.
It could have been actually the best performance so far of Renata Vodinjanska from Slovakia. 6:06 is the mark to beat here in the rows of the second attempts, and looks like it was a pretty good performance. Actually, for those of you who just had the glance before, Christian Taylor was coaching here Ingeborg Grünwald in this competition, so she can maybe pass the 6-meter mark today.
I was actually speaking to him a few weeks ago and asked him if he had time to perhaps pop up into our commentary position when the men's triple jump was on and give some expert opinions, but unfortunately he has some he has some athletes down there to coach and to help down there, so unfortunately we won't be hearing from him today.
Well, we shall see. Moya Bardi trying to, of course, going for a new PB maybe. First attempt not too bad with 4:95, unfortunately with a little too much wind, and as you can see here down at the screen, there is the wind numbers that we see. 2.9 is just too much, so she will not be able to start yet with the women's long jump with her second attempt.
When she's in good form, it was only 5 days ago she jumped her personal best of 6:22. As we mentioned, at 6:35 is the automatic qualifier for the European Championships, the under-23. So that's what she'll be looking forward there. So another 13 centimeters required from her jump 5 days ago.
Austria already has 12 athletes qualified for this event, so she would be number 13. But she needs a risky and very good jump today. But weather conditions are pretty good, but she needs to have the perfect wind. And still have a look, it's 2.9. But no, because of course the competition has to go on. She has to start with the jump with the second attempt right now.
Looks to be out around the 6-meter mark, so it should be an improvement on her first jump if she goes over that. But unfortunately, she went over the board there, and it is an invalid jump, so she won't have that jump recorded.
Oh, there is no coach involved yet. I think she was looking for somebody to coach her. Nobody Like, gives you a bit
I
of
think she
feedback.
could be for just the other angle. We're just at the wrong angle there. Oh, here
There
comes
is.
someone.
This is Philip Unfeld, actually, her coach and also former coach of Beate Taylor, plus of a few other pro athletes. He has won internationally with international athletes numerous medals.
Yes, of course. It's sprinting, jumping. It's the relay, national trainer. So a lot of good athletes.
As you see the surface of the track right now, plus the long jumpers in the background, the surface has been rebuilt here in St. Pölten last year. It's a very, very fast track, and once again, they can switch sides here for long jump as well as for the sprints later on. Well, and if you look at the weather conditions, actually it was set to be a little more sunny.
I mean, I think it's ideal though. I mean, we are, as we keep mentioning, the wind, and that's going to be a factor throughout the day. But when it gets too hot, the athletes complaining about the weather. It's around this 27, 28 degrees, but it's overcast. So we don't have the direct heat, the direct stuff from the sun. So it's keeping conditions that little bit cooler, warm enough for the athletes to keep their muscles warm and stuff during the competition. But I think it's probably perfect conditions now if we can just get this wind under control.
I think we can forget the insert here. 2.9, it's not changing at all. The last jumps were perfectly legal with 1.4 and 1.8 meters per second. So it will be for Moni Nichols, the current leader with a 6.06 in the women's long jump. That's her second attempt, and that's gonna get way further now.
So if these graphics behind us are anything to go by, and we are on an okay angle, this could be up around the 650 mark.
And this, I believe, would already give her the win. 1,000 euros actually is the prize money if you just win this here. And yeah, on her side, this is her probably Austrian manager. That's Robert Wagner. Very well tanned man.
Well, he travels. He has lots of international athletes as well in his stable. So that was a 6 meter 43 jump, so close to that 6.5 meter, and it was only a 0.1 wind there, so hardly any wind behind her as she jumped there. So I think we could look for bigger things to come from Monet in her last 4 attempts. Magdalena Lang there, the next one on the run up, trying to get the crowd behind her. This is the start of the 3rd round. Magdalena started her competition with a 5 meter 38. Her second jump was invalid. Now her 3rd round attempt was also unfortunately invalid. It was very close there though. See there, she lies in 7th place just with that 1 valid attempt. Magdalena, one of the Austrian athletes, she's actually an under 20 athlete, so she's one of the younger competitors in the event today. Lena Supakova, unfortunately also another invalid jump. As we mentioned, with this wind gusting more than anything else, it's very difficult for these athletes to get a consistent run up, and we are seeing quite a few invalid attempts. Group crowd now. Looks to be up over the 6 meter mark if that is valid. Unfortunately not. There's another invalid jump there. As I mentioned before, there is Christian Taylor, who's coaching Ingeborg. The win measurement for that jump was a plus 2.2, so I just pushed her along that a little bit too much. The jump looked pretty good. They had some good distance in there. Maybe out around the 6:30 mark, which was, as we mentioned before, she's about 6:35, so we might get something special from her in her last 3 attempts. Adela Sokolova from the Czech Republic. It's another one of our 19-year-olds in this field. It was a personal best of 6 meters 10 from last year. It has recently jumped 6:07. As a result from there, 5 meters 62. So her second round attempt of 5 meters 75 will remain her best for the day so far. Renata Vodniacka is yet to record a measurement from her first 2 attempts. Doesn't look too happy with that, but it looks like they are measuring it, so at least she'll have something on the board. We see it's a 5 meters 72, so that will now move her up into 5th position. 3 jumpers left to conclude the first 3 rounds. As you can see there on the replay from Renata, she gave away quite a lot on the board, so when she fixes that up, we might see her get up into the 6 meter mark. Bali coming in for her 3rd attempt. We're currently in 2nd position, trying to improve on her first round attempt of 5 meters 94. It's going to be around the same type of measurement. Maya Bedrak. Just going back, the Moya's jump, it was exactly the same as her first jump, a 594, but this time into a headwind, 0.1, so it may be starting to swirl around a bit. But Maya Bedrak there, 590 was her opening jump. She's currently in third place in this 8-women field. Very good off the board there, not giving away too much, but still being relatively safe. She actually now moves up into second place with a 6m29. We have our current leader, Monet Nichols, with the 6:43. Big second jump from her. See what she can produce now on her third attempt. Quite as good there. A little bit lower than her other jump, so she didn't quite have that height. Transferred from the run-up speed, but it should be once again another jump over 6 meters. Of course, getting the crowd involved there. It's a good crowd we've got gathering here in St. Pölten for this Liese Prokop Memorial. So it's more towards the back of the takeoff board, so says a little bit more. And that's another 6 meter plus jump with 6m11. A slight pause in competition at the moment. So after the 3 rounds, we now go through the results, and the next 3 rounds there will be a new order starting from 8th position going up then to the first place jumper. But after 3 rounds we'll now jump last in the order. So the athletes just have to wait now for the officials to go through these results, and then the officials will tell them the new order that they need to jump in.
Something a few athletes, David, are already looking for will be the European Championships next year in Birmingham, England, because it's going to be this big spectacle once again where many sports will have their finals and their European Championships.
It's an interesting format now they're coming up with a lot of sports now joining together and making it a big spectacle, like you're saying. It becomes more like a mini Olympic Games where all athletes from all different sports and all different countries are coming together and being in this one area.
I mean, they do have this in a few areas of the world. I know the Mediterranean Games do exist. Is there something in Australia, Oceania? Do they have a similar format?
They have Oceania, yes. They do have Oceania Games and things like this, where it's a multi-sport event.
Well, of course, always with athletics, with track and field, a little bit of the centers, and this is, of course, one of the most historic sport events in history, and everybody's always looking out there. So, better be there next year. In August it will be. Tickets are actually already on sale for the European Championships 2026 in Birmingham.
There we see our result after the first 3 rounds, with Monet Nichols leading with 6:43 from her second round jump. Maya Bedrick with 6:29 from her third round jump, and Moya Bardi just off the 6 meter mark with a 5 meters 94, which she has achieved twice so far.
Well, temperatures were currently rising up to 29 degrees as of right now, partly sunny, partly cloudy, but good wind conditions so far for the women's long jumpers. And Magdalena Lang from Austria is the first one to open up round 4.
She's one of the 3 under 20 athletes we have competing here today. Looking to improve on her 5 meter 38 from the opening round. Sat back a bit in the sand there when she landed. I'm not quite sure she'll quite get to the 5:38, but it'll be something thereabouts.
This gentleman is actually Gottfried Lammerhuber, the former meet director and the man who introduced the meet to the athletics world more than a decade ago. He was also the first coach of Beate Taylor. Yeah, and now is also working a little bit for the Austrian and for the Lower Austrian Federation, plus of course as a coach. But everybody that has a little earpiece, I believe, has to do something very important here within the meet.
What would that be?
A kind of a co-director, maybe.
Entschuldigung.
Quite go according to plan there.
Entschuldigung. Endgültig.
You just said it's still valid.
Of course, as long as you don't touch the track in between the takeoff board and the sand, and you have taken off from behind the black line there, or the black board, then it is of course a valid jump. Doesn't matter how far you go into the pit, or as you see there, she took off from behind there, but just ran through, but landed in the sand. So that will be an attempt that they need to measure. So because she was so far behind there, that's why she just aborted her takeoff and basically just ran through there.
Oh, did you see this in the background?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Very close to our athlete there.
Den vierten Durchgang im Weitsprung, Ingeborg Grünwald, heute 5,67 Meter.
5:67 so far for Ingeborg Grünwald, a performance I believe she's not very happy with at the moment, since she wanna make it towards the 6 meter marker as well. Coming up also for most European athletics member federations will be the European Cup, the team championships as they are called nowadays. Also the one with Austria, it's going to be held in Maribor in Slovenia in exactly 10 days.
And as we said before, with it such a long season, athletes just beginning, they'll also be trying to improve their performance and slowly build up towards their own national championships, which will also be held later in the season.
Well, athletics always gives out windows, which means 2 or 3 weekends for holding their respective championships, their national championships. How is it actually on the other side of the world in Australia, Argentina? I think they always have their championships in February or in March, right?
Yes, it's it. I mean, of course, on the other side of the world, we have different weather conditions. I mean, it's currently now getting into winter there. So the season in, for example, in Oceania, as we mentioned before, Australia, New Zealand, their main competitions are December, January, February, March, and sort of the late February, early March type seasons where they have their national championships. So I was speaking to one of the athletes at the meeting last week in Vienna, the other Austrian top meet that we've had so far, about that for the Australian athletes in particular, it's such a long season because they peak for their national championships to try to qualify for respective world championships or
For indoors.
indoors. Yes, of course, we had the indoor championships as well. A lot of the athletes qualified with their summer performances outdoor in Australia, because we don't really have the indoor facilities over there. It's not required. And so they had the indoor championships, they have their national championships, and then of course you have the European season starting as we have now, and then the world championships back in September later on the year. So it's almost been a full 1 year cycle since they've been competing or being ready to compete.
Renata Vonininska with an invalid fourth attempt right now. This was the next one here, Adela Shokorova. Also an invalid one that she gets here into this ranking. She stays actually at the moment with a performance of 5 meters and 75 out of her second attempt. And Moyobadi is currently in the third position. 2 times she performed. She produced a 5 meters and 94. It's a fourth attempt right now.
Once again, going to be thereabouts that 6 meter line. But unfortunately, she just overstepped, and it is an invalid attempt, so that will not be recorded.
Damit geht es in die Kürze weiter mit der aktuell zweitplatzierten Maja Benratsch. Im Versuch 6 Meter und 29 gesprungen.
Yeah, clearly overstepped here. Still a little away from the 6 meter mark. Seems like they're having difficulties right now as the wind is not blowing that strong at the moment. This 1 meter that it's off compared to the very beginning of the competition seems to distract them a little bit. Let's see how Maja Benratsch is performing in this one. If she's gonna make it valid. Also, I guess overstepped.
Yes.
Would have been good though.
It was a good jump. Her 6:29 was also a very nice jump in the last attempt. But it's just this changing from, you know, hardly any wind to +1, +2. Every time you jump, it's a little bit different, and you have to adjust your run up accordingly. And if you can't quite get that correct, then unfortunately they're getting a lot of invalid jumps.
Ja, jetzt ist die Anlage frei für den 4. Versuch. Moment, Liese, auf geht's!
About just over that black line there. You can see you can't go over that black board they have there. And Nichols playing up to the crowd a little bit, trying to get their involvement. The jumper in the competition have all the jumps over 6 meters at the moment, with the furthest at a 6:43. It's another good attempt there. Not quite as far as her best so far, but probably around the 6:20 to 6:30 mark. Unfortunately, it was her first invalid attempt of the day.
And 2 more to come for all the long jumpers right here. Actually, I like it that she's like trying to show some effort from the audience. They really needs it in order, I think, to make the best performances.
But this is also not helping out, but as we said earlier, it's involving the crowd. The crowd becomes a part of the competition, and that's why we're getting the numbers coming to the athletics, because they feel a part of it. They're not just sitting back and just, you know, watching what goes on and being a bit boring. They're getting involved with it, and when it helps the athletes, then it gets these good performances, so it gives them a better spectacle as well.
Would have actually been cool if they put the long jump on a little later in the timetable. I'm sure it's kind of not possible, but still, of course, to give the ladies here a little bit more of attention in between, like 2, 3 or 4 would have been even greater to maybe mix them up with the men. But we shall see. We've got a long day of track coming up. A short opening ceremony will be held in around 15 minutes or so right here in front of the home track here in St. Pölten. Lena Šupikova from TU Bratislava is the next one. Also with this jump, I believe she's not making it any further. 5:55 is her best mark so far that she performed in her second out of now 5 attempts. Now also doesn't get hit this mark. 5:55 stay here at the moment. By the way, European athletics is these days, or also in the last 2 years, showing and streaming more and more live meets, mostly here on the channel of European Athletics on YouTube. If you go in there, it's over 20 to 30 meets all over the outdoor track season, and also a few are covered from the indoor season. Ingeborg Grünwald from Austria, 5:72. In attempt number 4, this is number 5. It is getting closer. Also now towards the end of the competition, they all seem to risk. She's the third jumper in a row in the attempt row number 5 that has missed the board here clearly, or unfortunately. I still can't believe it. It's kind of a coincidence to me, David, that Austria's federation now has Christian Taylor on board, a double Olympic champion and almost world record holder.
It's exciting for Austrian athletics and the athletes that he will now be helping or assisting with, and also the knowledge he can give to the coaches of the athletes. So it's going to be exciting there. But we also see with the high jump as well, the national coach is a non-Austrian there, so they are bringing in former athletes from other countries to assist now to improve the quality of the Austrian athletics.
Adela Korova, just before here, now it's Renata Wodnianska. Attempt number 5, around the 6-meter mark. I mean, what she's running here towards the board, it seems always pretty good. Looks like a fast long jumper, but she cannot perform it the way she wants it today. In the 5th position, 5 meters and 72 only, and also this performance was produced with too much wind.
It's a valid attempt there. I just see the white flag go up. It was very close though. The official had to go and look at the video there. You see nowadays it's all judged by videos, and you have to see that the foot doesn't go past that black line. But it was a valid attempt then. So Delia Shokorova coming in for her second last attempt. Another jump up around that 6-meter area. As you can see there, basically they rake that pitch straight away, so no need to measure that. So it just tells us without even waiting that it was an invalid attempt once again. Just going back to that jump before from Renata, she jumped 5:91, so that will move her up into 4th place. They're just pushing Adelia Sokolova back down into 5th. So next to jump will be Moya Badi. Austria's #1 long jumper at the moment. Still looking for that 6-meter jump. Looks like a valid jump there. It should be around that 6 meters, maybe just a little bit short. Hopefully she can improve on that 5 meters 94, which she has jumped twice so far today.
Ja, 5 Meter 93 für Liese.
5 meters 93.
Very consistent
Very
performance.
consistent. 3 valid jumps and all within 1 centimeter of each other.
I mean, full risk for her, of course, at the very end in this attempt number 6, which is going to happen in around 5 minutes. Maja Berac currently second position, 6:29 already for the Slovenian. Maybe she's going to go over it right now. Let's see. That was a good one.
It is a good jump. It's valid there, so we'll have a measurement. It's going to be very close to her best jump of the day, as you mentioned, at 6:29 that she achieved in the 3rd round. Wait for that measurement and see if she can improve at all. Of course, she needs 6:44 to take the lead, as Monet Nichols has that 6:43 from her 2nd round.
6 Meter 26 hier im 5. Durchgang. Damit keine Steigerung.
6 meters 26, so not quite improving on her 3rd round attempt. But interesting to note, we had a very slight headwind on that attempt. So 2 of the last 3 jumpers have had a very small headwind. So maybe the wind is starting to either change directions or it's just circling a little bit. We'll have to keep our eye on that before we get to our sprint events later on. Now to our event leader, Monet Nichols. That big leap of 6 meters 43 from the 2nd round. Very fast approach there. It's going to be up around that 6 meters 50 again. So could be an improvement.
Und Monet steigert sich im 5. Versuch auf 6 Meter 49.
She's now up to 6 meters 49, so that was a 6 centimeter there improvement on her 2nd round attempt. She has extended her lead in this women's long jump competition.
We're moving towards attempt number 6, and therefore in the last few jumps here before the official opening ceremony is about to start, David, we received one question via social media, which is comparing the Diamond League to Grand Slam track. We see a couple of American athletes here and all over the Europe tours. There are always many American athletes. Why do you think track is not such a magnet to the audience in the United States, in the country of sports? Because we talked about it in Europe, in here, stadiums, especially Diamond Leagues, sold out crowds.
Well, this is only my personal opinion, but I don't think it's this traditional American sport. I mean, you see the athletes, the qualities they produce is unbelievable. They're the #1 athletics country in the world. But if you go to their traditional sports of baseball, basketball, American football, you know, their stadiums are packed out. And I think it's just the traditional sports that they're sticking to. And until something then can create a bit more excitement for the American audience, I guess they're going to stick with those traditional sports, and it'll basically be just the track and field lovers that are watching and following the sport of track and field.
Unfortunately, the United States seem not to have so many currently, unfortunately. Hopefully something is going to change about it, since a lot of athletes also had their contract with Grand Slam track, and now, yeah, no more meets, nothing is going on in Los Angeles. We'll see if there will be a series next year in 2026.
Diese Sprünge nehmen wir noch mit und dann kommen wir zur offiziellen Eröffnung dieses
final attempts here, 6 more jumps that we're going to see as the wind is getting in perfect conditions right now. I believe this was will also be the direction later on in which we're going to see the runners 100 and the hurdles as well.
At the moment it's absolutely perfect. The last 2 jumps have been 1.6 tailwind, 1.2 tailwind. That would be perfect for our sprinters and hurdlers. We have had these 1 or 2 headwinds. I mean, hopefully that's just a one-off and it will stay in a direction that we want it to at about the current condition or the current level is at, because at the moment with this cloud cover, it's warm weather but not too hot. The wind at the moment, it's going to be absolutely perfect for producing some good results later on.
For Ingeborg Grünwald, she wants to push on her 572. It will be a tied one. Was, I think, a legal jump in her 6th and final attempt of the Austrian. One of the best competitions she had so far. Still, there is some time left until the national championships will be had. It's an invalid jump also here on the last tryout. I guess she will get some feedback from her today's coach, from Christian Taylor, to perform better maybe next time.
Actually, it was a valid attempt. 5 meters 80, so that will end up as being her best jump for the day. Moves her up into 5th position. Adela Sokorova now has her final attempt to try to reclaim the position that Ingeborg Grünwald just took from her. Before that we have Renata Wadnajaska, who is currently in 4th place with her 5th round attempt of 591. Should be looking to improve on that slightly and go over that 6 meter mark. She's one of the athletes that had that headwind in the last attempt, so nope. Once again, she just ran through there, aborted her takeoff. Didn't quite work for Renata today.
Damit sind es noch 4 Sprünge. Adela Sokorova ist die nächste. Und dann kommen jetzt Vojovani, Maja Benratsch und im Moment jetzt die Top 3 hier im Weitsprung.
Bitte?
These last few rounds, the wind has been fairly consistent, so the athletes should be able to deal with that. But I just guess that as they're getting towards the end of the competition, they're just pushing that little bit harder or trying to risk a bit more. And unfortunately for them, it's not quite paying off, and they're getting all these invalid jumps. It's a lot better jump there from Adela. It was very close to the board. I heard in the background the official say she believes it is a valid jump, but they just have to check on the video. And if so, it looks like she might improve on her 2nd round attempt of 5.75 meters, and hopefully for her, then also move up the leaderboard. She seems very happy there, and it was a 5-meter 96 jump, and it moves her into 3rd position.
Well, this means Moyobadi currently now in 4th position. In case she hits the same mark of 5.96, she will once again be in the 3rd position, maybe even trying to break the 6-meter mark in her last and 6th attempt for the Austrian Moyobadi.
A bit of pressure on her now to try and get onto the podium positions, to see how she handles that in her last attempt. Well, it's a very huge jump, but judging by that, I would say it is an invalid attempt. It is a lot further than anything she has jumped today. And it was indeed an invalid attempt, so Moya will remain in 4th position. That's where she'll finish the competition, and we now have just the top 2 jumpers left.
And she will have a time until the 6th of July, so more or less 3 more weeks to qualify or not for the Under-23 European Championships held in Bergen in Norway. It will be, of course, the ultimate day for everybody who wants to qualify. And Maja Bedrac from Slovenia, the runner-up at the moment, 6.29. She needs a little bit of a jump of her life in order to progress up to 6.49 or longer.
She does have a personal best of 6.58, so which she jumped just at the end of May. So it is possible. She is in her career best form at the moment.
And from this angle, it's hard to see, but I believe this must have been another better jump than the 6.29 meters that we've already seen of hers. 6.20 for her final, so it's the 2nd place now, it's confirmed, with an optimum wind at the moment of 1.2 meters per second. So we know the winner.
So for Monet, she can just go that little bit further again, and we can see a better jump here in St. Pölten as she jumped in the Diamond League last Sunday. That was a 6.55. Crowd getting behind her. Even some of the other competitors in the background, they're warming up for their events. So Monet Nichols on her last attempt. It's another big jump, and it's a valid jump, but I don't think it's going to improve on her best performance. She thanks the crowd there for their support during today's competition.
Keine Steigerung mehr, aber der Tagessieg für Monet Nichols mit 6 Metern.
So it's 6 meters 30 there for the last attempt. So the 6.49 will remain her best attempt, and she will claim victory in today's women's long jump.
And the €1,000 prize money here for the first winner, for the first event winner of the day, Monet Nichols, the favorite here in the women's long jump, also at the end of the day wins this very first competition. Well, as you can see in the background, it's a little windy, but long jump so far is over. Here is once again the result.
So the top 3 we had Monet Nichols from the United States with that 6.49. Maja Bedrick from Slovenia was 2nd place with 6.29, and our 3rd place getter from the Czech Republic, Adelia Sokorova, with 5 meters 96, just in front of the local Moyobadi with 5.94. You can see the rest of the results there on the screen from the 8 athletes that took part in that women's long jump competition.
Well, as in the background currently going on is the opening ceremony. The organizers are here, the representatives also from the city of St. Pölten and as well from the Austrian Athletics Federation. Right after these openings, what have we got coming up next? 200 meters women category F meeting plus men's long jump starting at 2:20 and at 2:30. Well, let's have a listen into the opening.
Dass wir hier jedes Jahr so ein großartiges Meeting auf die Beine stellen. Die Leichtathletikszene ist ganz stolz auf euch, auf dieses Meeting und wir freuen uns schon auf die guten Leistungen, die heute wieder hier stattfinden werden. Allen Athletinnen und Athleten wünsche ich heute großartige Leistungen, dass sich das erfüllt und das aufgeht, was sich alle vorgenommen haben. Und uns als Publikum wünsche ich natürlich auch eine spannende Wettkämpfe, spannende Bewerbe und ich glaube, das Wetter wird auch halten. Danke und alles Gute.
Ja, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, aber vor allem liebe Sportler und Sportlerinnen, wir vom Sportland Niederösterreich sind sehr stolz, dass wir hier im Sportzentrum so eine tolle Veranstaltung haben, so ein tolles Meeting. Ich darf mich auch da nochmal ganz offiziell auch bei dir bedanken, liebe Beate, aber auch bei deinem Team, bei den vielen Freiwilligen und ich habe zuerst schon gehört, es ist ein Riesenaufwand, aber ich denke, es macht Spaß, die Stimmung ist ganz toll. Ich möchte noch ein Wort auch sagen, Liese Prokop, ist ja ein Meeting an Liese Prokop, war eine großartige Sportlerin, aber sie zeichnet natürlich auch aus, dass sie unglaublich viele junge Sportler und Sportlerinnen animiert hat zum Leistungssport und gerade hier in St. Pölten, bei der Union St. Pölten, sind besonders viele und gute Sportlerinnen, glaube ich, entstanden. Und meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, liebe Sportler, ich wünsche euch heute ein sicheres, aber auch ein gutes Meeting, dass ihr wirklich eure Höchstleistungen erreicht und wünsche euch noch eine sichere und gute Saison. Danke.
Ja, ebenfalls von mir die herzlichen Wünsche an die Beate. Tolle Leistung, so ein Turnier auf die Füße zu stellen. Ja, ich weiß, wie viele Stunden da dahinter stehen. Deshalb nochmal tolle Gratulation an dich für deinen Einsatz. Ja, und uns Sportsfreunde, Sportsfreundinnen wünsche einen tollen, spannenden Nachmittag. Den Sportlern ja viel Erfolg bei den Bewerben und vor allem verletzungsfreie Wettkämpfe. In diesem Sinne, ja, einen schönen Nachmittag noch. Dankeschön.
Ein herzliches Willkommen auch von meiner Seite. Wir machen den Wettkampf im Endeffekt für die Sportler, aber auch für euch Zuschauer. Das ist eigentlich unsere größte Motivation. Wir wollen tolle Rahmenbedingungen für unsere Sportler schaffen, aber natürlich freuen wir uns auch, wenn Zuschauer da sind und unsere Sportler anfeuern. Dementsprechend ein riesengroßes Dankeschön euch allen, dass ihr da seid, dass ihr unsere Sportler anfeuert heute. Den Sportlern wünsche ich viel Erfolg, gute Wettkämpfe. Und dann möchte ich zuletzt noch ein ganz großes Dankeschön an alle freiwilligen Helfer und alle, die zu unserem Team gehören, möchte ich ganz herzlich danken. Ohne den Clemens Ipkovic wäre das Meeting absolut undenkbar, aber natürlich gibt es auch viele andere von der Union St. Pölten, die seit vielen Wochen dahinter stehen und sich anstrengen, dass der Wettkampf heute ein Erfolg wird. Und ich möchte euch ganz herzlich danken. Aber nicht zuletzt, und das darf man nicht vergessen, ohne unsere Sponsoren und ohne unsere Partner wäre das Meeting auch undenkbar. Und denen möchte ich jetzt allen gesammelt, ohne jemanden hervorheben zu wollen, einmal ganz herzlich Danke sagen. Vielen Dank, viel Spaß und toi 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 allen Sportlern.
Ja, vielen Dank für die einleitenden Worte, gute Unterhaltung an euch, an uns alle natürlich. Das ist das 17. Sportunion Liese Prokop Memorial 2022. In wenigen Minuten geht's los mit dem Hauptprogramm. Viel Spaß und alles Gute den Athletinnen und Athleten.
Well, it's about the main program, who is about to start here at the Liese Prokop Memorial. Well, Liese Prokop, let us introduce first who was Liese Prokop. She was a former handball player and a track athlete, of course, here from Austria, of course, here from St. Pölten and from the surrounding region. She won a European Championship gold in the 1969 Championships in the pentathlon, plus 1 year ahead of this at the Olympic Games, a silver medal in the pentathlon in Mexico City. She died at the age of 65 from an aortic dissection, but still this meet is of course named after her. Here is our schedule once again. The long jump we already had, now we're about to start with the 200 meters, David.
That's right, that'll be followed by the men's long jump. Then we have the 1 lap hurdle races, so the 400 meter hurdles for the men and the women. The javelin throw for the women coming up at 15:20. Then we have our sprint hurdles with the men going over 110 meters and the women over the 100 meters. At 4 p.m., 1600 hours, we have the men's triple jump. Then we have the heats of the 100 meters, starting with the women and then the men. And at 17:30, the men's discus will commence.
Plus, at 5:55 here on the other side, we see it women's 800 meter. Plus at 6:20, women's 100 meter final, and at 6:30, the men's 100 meter final. This will conclude at around 6:35 this year's Liese Prokop Memorial. So thank you very much if you're already joining us here on this beautiful holiday, which it actually is in Austria on June 19th. It's around 2:15 p.m. Your commentator is David Pölten, and we're more than looking forward to entertaining you a little bit here over the next 4.5 hours. David, 200 meters, I believe we will have more than one heat.
That is correct. We have 2 heats of this category F race, so it's not quite the standard of the rest of the events we're having today, but we still have a 200 meter event for the women. Unfortunately for them, it's one of the events that we can't turn around, so they will be running into a slight headwind if the long jump is anything to go by that we've just had. We still have some good Austrian athletes, including a couple of the younger athletes that either have the limits for the under 20 or the under 23 European Championships, or they are very close to it and are chasing those limits.
Well, we shall see. And in around 12 minutes, and you can see it already in the background, men's long jump will start as well. They're already doing the warm-ups or are about to finalize their warm-up jumps, and they will also go into the same direction. You cannot see it here, but on the left side there is the crowd standing and of course later on cheering for the athletes. 90 seconds to the start. Here is the heat number 1. Mina Standfest, you will see her from Austria, competing for the SU Leibniz. Lisa Bernauer from the Union St. Pölten will be there as well for the ULC Riverside Mödling. Muriel Wolrab from the DSG Vienna, Elena Vogel, and from Slovakia, from Bratislava, Katarina Klipanova is also going to be in this first out of 2 heats. I can hear the whistle in the background. Let's have a look at the ladies before we are about to start with the first race of the track on this day.
Interesting athlete there, Helena Vogels, is also entered in the 800 meters later on the evening. So running the 200 and the 800, but she is a 400 meter runner and I believe has qualified for the European Under 23 Championships.
Plus I believe actually she will be a pacemaker later on.
I think that she would be also the pacemaker, having that 400 meter speed, hopefully then taking the athletes around the first lap in a good pace to go close to that 2-minute mark again.
Well, these are the 5 runners that will be in heat number 1 out of 2 in the women's 200 meters. You see here on the left side of the insert, the SB stands for the season best, the PB for the personal best, the personal record. We're going to see a time of around 24.5 should be a time with which you can win the race. Well, let's hope that we're going to have the race. Here it is on the screen.
So 5 athletes lining up. from the inside lane. Lane 2 will start. It's Standfest. Bernauer in 3, Vorab 4, Vogel in 5, and Chapanova in 6, the outside lane there. So the athletes are set now. And they're away. First time of asking. It was a good start from all athletes, but looks like Molrab in the middle there coming through to take the leads. They come off the bend. It is definitely Molrab that comes into the straight. On her outside is Vogel, the 400-meter runner with the strength that's trying to close down that gap. She's getting closer and closer, and it is just Molrab will hang on in the last meters. And a good finish there from Vogel coming in lane 5. But it was the pure speed from Muro Volrab that got that lead coming off the bench, ran a brilliant bend there and was able to hold off the rest of the field down the straight into that wind. So first track event for the day. We'll see a win there for Mural Volrab from the Austria, the ULC Riverside Mödling Club.
But you can see in the background, many people already here. It seems like the stage here in the back is already pretty much filled up. Very, very good that so many also fans, family members, coaches, etc. follow here the invitation of this year's meet here in St. Pölten.
24:76 is the time of the winner, Volrab. Helena Vogel in second place with 24:79, so just 3/100ths of a second there, separating the athletes as they got to the finish line.
In 24 seconds, 24:00 is the mark if you want to directly make it to the Under-23 Championship, the women's field. Plus victory ceremony here. In the meantime, it was Moni Nichols, as we said before, as we mentioned, wins this competition. The first one of the day in the pre-program, actually, since the men's long jumpers made it here on the timetable of the main menu. Well, in a few moments, we are about to start with heat number 2. Shall be no secret that with a very high likability, the time of 24:76 will be broken, since we got a few faster ones here, David, in this second final heat.
Yes, of course we do. And we also have some young athletes that will be lining up in this second heat. So they're looking for qualifying times in not only the Under-23 European Championships, but also the Under-20 European Championships. We can take you through the runners in the second heat. In lane 2 will be starting Alena Schönhardt from Germany. She has a season's best there, you can see, of 23:95, which is under the limit that you just mentioned before. Suristura in lane 3 also has the limit for the Under-20 Championships. In lane 4, Nicole Jürgen from Great Britain. Very quality runner there. Lane 5, Victoria Wilhuber from Austria. And in the outside lane, Lucia Acklin from Switzerland. Acklin is actually the current world Under-20 silver medalist from the World Championships. The Under-20 World Championship was second place in the heptathlon. So the athletes getting down onto their blocks now as we are set for this second heat of the women's 200 meters. Set. Once again, we're away at the first time, and it is lane 5. Victoria Wilhuber has got away to a blistering start. She's powering her way around the bend, but Suri Stura on the lane 3 that's coming through on the inside. So it looks to be a race between Wilhuber and Stura. But at the moment, the others are coming back as well. It's Yijin from Great Britain on the middle of the track who comes through, and it will be Yijin who will take the win from Wilhuber in second place.
There's also no timekeeping down here on the track. Something seems not to work at the moment here on the board because the athletes keep coming back, having a look, but nothing is showing up there.
So we just have to wait for them to actually officially come through. We can't give you an unofficial time from the clock that stops, or at the moment not stopping as they cross the finish line. But as soon as they come through, we'll keep you up to date with those times.
It's a little of a pity actually for the athletes not seeing here the time when the first one pops up here over the very start line, finish line as well.
We can see
well, let's hope they're gonna fix the timing board down here, the inside of the track, within the next few races, since this is of course what also the audience wants to see.
it was Nicole Yijin, as we can see now, on about 24.04, that did win that race in front of Victoria Wilhuber, who ran a brilliant bend. She finished in 24.14. Helena Schönhardt came through to claim third place from 24.36 in front of Suri Stur with 24.49, and Lucia Acklin with 24.56 rounded out their second heat of the women's 200 meters.
Well, therefore we got the 200 meters in the women's F category race also done with a British victory. We already had an American victory with Moni Nichols in the women's long jump, and coming up next is first of all the men's long jump, and in the background you can already seeing the people here, the workers, the building up here for the 400 meter hurdles. Actually both genders will be racing, men and women, but long jump is of course here coming first. In around 2 minutes they will be starting, getting introduced first, and the first long hurdle race from the men will be at 2:40 in around 12 minutes, followed at 12:50, 2:55 by the women's.
Just to note on those 200 meter races, the first race did have a headwind of 1.2 and the second race a headwind of 0.9. So that will be perfect for our sprinters later on, as we said, because they will be running in the opposite direction. So that headwind will become a tailwind for them, and it is at the right strength that we require to assist them enough, but without making it illegal.
Plus, I believe this was also the approach here of the organizers. Since this meet already starts at 2 p.m. on a very summer day, they could have made it in the evening as well, but then I think the wind will almost be gone, which is not good for the sprinters at all.
That's also, as we mentioned earlier, there's a meeting coming up in Eisenstadt, a silver category meeting. They also planned their track around the history of the wind. So the direction of the track is planned that they basically also guarantee a tailwind for their events.
Yeah, here once again the complete results. Nicole Jürgen, Great Britain, 24.04. Victoria Wilhuber from Austria, 24.14. Helena Schönhardt from Germany, third place, 24.36. They're already doing here the victory ceremony very quickly in the background. As you can see here on the left down side, the long hurdlers, the men's 400 meter hurdle races are already being brought to the start line. Well, 1,000 euros prize money for the winner, also around 600 to 400 for the respective places. Besides the winner, only the second and the third place is a pretty big budget that the event management, of course, has to raise here somehow, since we have almost 20 competitions in total in which they have to pay this out full.
It's good to see that local sponsors, government and other people that are supporting athletics, and it then enables the meeting director and the organisers of this event to encourage more quality athletes to come to try to win some of this prize money, and then that makes it even a better spectacle for everyone here live and as well as everybody watching at home on the live stream.
Well, here on the screen is what we've got coming up next. Men's long jump. 8 competitors. Once again, this means everybody will have full 6 attempts. Felix Pircher from Austria, Dan Kovac from the Czech Republic, Niklas Voss from Austria, Federico Kucher, Leo Lasch, Samuel Zinn are the further Austrians, plus Marko Ceko from Croatia and Isaac Grimes. Probably the clear favorite here will be the 8th and final athlete in the men's long jump.
It's Isaac Grimes, another of the competitors that has competed at a Diamond League event this year. He finished 6th in the Diamond League in China, where he jumped a 7.96. So maybe we can see a 8-meter jump today. He also had a 7.93 when he finished third in the FBK Games only a week or two ago. So he's in quite good form to be pushing that 8-meter limit, or the 8-meter barrier, should I say.
To everybody who is watching us, once again, good afternoon from St. Pölten, Austria. We are located around 70 kilometers west to Vienna, to Austria's capital, and one of the best track meets that we do have here in the land of Austria. It's the Liese Prokop Memorial that has been held numerous times already, and now we are in 2025 on June 19th. We've got a long coverage coming up until 6:35 here in the evening, and men's long jump is next.
See our 8 athletes there being presented to the crowd. We'll have an introduction on field, and then we'll get straight into the action.
Well, Asturian athletes living 3 hours or so from here, representing ATC Graz, Felix Pircher from Austria. The Czech athletes, Dan Kovac, 7.06 already in this season. Another Austrian is Niklas Voss, representing Sparkasse SG Götzis. Has a PB of 7.41 and 7.17 already this year.
It's better known as a decathlete. It's 2-time national champion in 23 and 24.
Federico Kucher, former national champion in the men's long jump, also going for maybe over 7.30 this time. He's a very interesting character, Leo Lasch. He had, let's call it a big problem. In the inter championships, he fell, had a big injury at the pole vault competition, but has recovered very quickly from it. Samuel Zinn, the inter champion from Austria, from Mödling, 7.45 already this season, used to be an athlete who is not jumping, not competing a lot, but mostly wins. Croatian Marko Ceko, 1 out of 2 jumpers that has gone over the 8-meter mark in his life, and the final one and the favorite one is Isaac Grimes from the United States, 8.35, his all-time best, and 8.13 he has already performed this season. By the way, if you are interested in social media, check out the Instagram channel of Isaac Grimes. It's called I Am a Jumper 21. Very fun content, I believe. I mean, I've checked it myself. Very entertaining. Also his TikTok channel, pretty interesting. It's 14:35 in the afternoon. Let's keep on going here at the Liese Prokop Memorial with the long jump before we are heading into the 400-meter hurdles. Started here by the men in around 5 minutes, and later on the women as well.
Felix Perker will get things underway here in this men's long jump competition. So Felix has a personal best that he jumped this season indoors of 7 meters 20. His best outdoors so far has been 6 meters 90. So let's see if he can get up around that 7 meters, up over 7 meters like he did in the indoor season. It's a valid attempt, so it's a solid start there for Felix, and it'll give him something to work on for the rest of the competition. So we start off that competition with a 6 meter 46 jump. And then next on the run up is Dan Kovac from the Czech Republic. So personal best from last year of 7 meters 45, and currently this year it's jumped 7:06.
Pretty strong winds right now, Dave. In the background you can see the trees, you can see the umbrellas. I believe it's getting a little stronger right now, at least it looks like it.
I think sometimes it seems to be gusting. The winds from, I mean, the first long jump was only at 0.8, so it wasn't so strong, but it gusts, and every now and again you see the flags blowing, or umbrella gets moved around a bit.
I mean, I do get English, but I'm not a native. What does gust mean?
It's not consistent. It's sort of,
it's changing a little bit. The direction is changing.
No, not the direction, but yes, the force of the wind. It comes a little bit and then it slows down again, and it sort of, it picks up. The wind picks up for a little bit, and
well, then you gotta catch it in the right moment. Such is maybe Niklas Voss, decathlete, good long jumper, going for in this competition. Hopefully longer than 7.17, which is his season best mark. Close to the 7 meter mark in this first attempt. As I believe we will switch over to 400 meter hurdles in a moment, since heat number 1 out of 2 is about to start with the Austrian Emil Schwaninger in lane number 1. Then we do have Julius Rudorfer, born in 2007, so a very young athlete who will also be starting at the Under-20 European Championships this season in Tampere, happening at the very beginning of August. Toubras from Belgium, a 26-year-old Belgium athlete coming over here with a season best of 52.71. Leo Köhldorfer, a former Austrian champion, a European Championship participant last year in Rome with a PB of 50.52. A season best of 51.62, somewhere in between. I believe he can sneak in at the moment. One of his former training mates is right beside him, Andreas Wolf from Austria, 23 years old, PB'd recently, 50.92, and Dimitrios Lavantinos from Greece is on the very outside. He has the fastest personal record of 50.33, 50.92 is a season best. It will be an exciting first race, Dave.
I think it will be a great race from these outside lanes in particular. Faster athletes with Andreas Wolf and Dimitrios Lavantinos both having the same season's best, should I say. Let's see how close we can get to that 51 second barrier for this heat. Of course, we have 10 hurdles these athletes have to clear in the one lap event, 400 meters. It's Julius Rudolfer, the young 18-year-old. So the athletes are now set, and they're away now for this opening heat of the 400-meter hurdles. Of course, the stride pattern in between the hurdles is the thing that these athletes are concentrating on, and with these windy conditions they might have to adjust mid-race, but it's Wolf in the second of the outside lanes with Köhldorfer on his inside that are taking up the early running over the first 200 meters, with the Belgium athlete from Brass also thereabouts. Coming around over the 8th hurdle there. As they come into the straight, it is the outside lane of Lavantinos, who is running away from the field now as he came over that last barrier, and it will be Lavantinos winning unofficially 50.40, which would be a new season's best for him, just outside his personal best, and Andreas Wolf will come through in second place. So a very good run there from Lavantinos. Very strong at the end. And if that time can be confirmed, I believe he would be very happy with that. Just outside his personal best, but definitely a season's best for him.
Especially because they did not have the easiest condition. There is some wind blowing on, and this of course disturbs a little bit the rhythm of a 400-meter hurdleless runner. Race 1, we take the mark here with us, as the official race results will be shown within the next few seconds. Here's a quick recap.
You can see that he didn't go out quite so hard, and it was Wolf on his inside in that first 200 meters. But once they hit about the 300-meter mark, the strength of the Greek athlete took over, and he powered away from the other athletes in the race over that last 100 meters, and especially over that last hurdle.
Heat number 2 out of 2 in a few moments will of course be the faster one, maybe with an Austrian race favorite or winner. We shall see in a second, but first of all, men's long jump is on. Samuel Zin here with his first attempt, going around 7 meters 60 to 70. 7:24 there was. First jump here for Samuel Zin, the indoor champion from Austria.
That will put him into the lead so far, after the first 6 athletes have jumped in that men's long jump competition. keep you up to date with everything happening in the long jump while we go to our track events.
Well, and here we are at heat number 2, representing the KSV Alutechnik with a personal best of 51.37. Sebastian Gaugel is getting the inner lane, lane number 1. Right next to him, Lorenz Weber from the Union St. Pölten, 53.66 is his personal best, and he's of course aiming for a standard for the Under 20 Championships. Lane number 3, Mimoun Abdul Wahab from Belgium, 49.81 his PB, 50.76 this season. Mati Baluk from the Slovak Republic has the best personal record in this whole field, 49.56. Just slightly outside is a season best of 49.75. And Niklas Stromer-Dangl, the Austrian, just recently with another personal best of 50.12 seconds. He is going maybe today for his first live performance under 50 seconds in the 400-meter hurdles. And right ahead of him in lane number 6 is Diogo Barrigana from Portugal. This year, 50.34. The wind slowed down a little bit. We saw this in heat number 1. The times can be fast here. Let's see what happens.
I mean, it's going to be a perfect race for Niklas to try and run under that 50-second barrier with some quality athletes around him. And as you mentioned, with Lorenz Weber trying to get the qualifying, he's there in lane 2. He needs a time of 53.25. So that's a time to look out for Lorenz Weber. So the athletes are down their block now for this second heat of the men's 400-meter hurdles. They're away now. Oh no, we have a false start. We'll have to have maybe a replay. I didn't see anything straight away, which looked obvious. Maybe there was just some movement. Cameras there are honing in on Lorenz Weber.
Barely happens actually in the 400-meter hurdles. But if you're chasing, of course, a certain standard, maybe the legs and arms are shaking a little bit. Well, the Austrian, Sebastian Gaugel, that was relaxing a little bit. But the second try is, of course, just a few moments away.
The officials will be looking at the videos and also the measurements or the reaction times from the athletes to determine if there was a false start. If anything, hopefully it was just a little bit of movement and they get a yellow card, or maybe even a technical problem, and they've called the athletes back for a second attempt.
The two referees here checking everything, of course, since the electronical system shows immediately at the blocks who might have made an error in case there happened something.
It looked like Lorenz Weber there that was in lane 2 that's walked over to look at the footage there to just confirm what is going on. So they're now getting the meeting director, or maybe one of the referees, another opinion of what actually is the actual rule required or what will happen. So I believe he's been shown the, looked like a red-white card there. I did think it was red-black, but red-white maybe, which means that he is competing under protest. So he will be allowed to start in this race, but more than likely he will not get an official time at the end unless he has some reason or some cause of why he should not be disqualified from what he saw on that footage there from that first race. So the athletes going down the blocks for the second time. From the inside, it is Gaugel, Weber in lane 2, Abdul Wahab 3, Baluk in 4, Stromae Dango in 5, and Barry Garner from Portugal out in lane 6. So they're set now, and we're away this time at this second time of asking. So we see we get to the first hurdle. It was Abdul Wahab that cleared that first, and he is going out very hard, coming up the inside of the two that are on the outside lanes. It's actually Balek in lane 4 on the inside of Stromae Dango. So it's giving something for Stromae Dango to chase, and Barragano from Portugal is also kicking up in lane 6. So it is these three athletes coming into the lead as they come down with 2 hurdles to go. It's also Abdul Wahab in lane 4 on the inside. But it is now Barragano on the outside, coming home very strong with Stromae Dango putting in a sprint finish. Can be very close for second place, but it definitely is Barragano, the Portuguese athlete, was in the outside lane that powered home to win the race from Stromae Dango and Mati Baluk, our early leader, hang on for 3rd place there. Unofficially 49.99 is our time. So once again a very fast time for the Austrian. It was in 2nd place there, Nicolas Stromae Dango. But we saw Balak in lane 4 that took that race out very hard, and we came to have about 4 athletes down the straight battling out with a hurdle to go. But it was Barragano that came home strong. You see him there on the outside place, only going over that hurdle in 3rd place. But he gradually made up ground around that top bend. And once we got to the last hurdle, cleared that in 1st place and then never looked back. Powered on to take the win there in an official time of 49.99.
But according to the footage that we get, I believe most athletes, at least have a new season best right now. So they had a pretty strong race here in St. Pölten. We'll show you the results in a moment. Back to men's long jump as well. We've got 8 competitors here at the moment, and leading 7:43 after the attempt. Series number 1 is Isaac Grimes representing the United States. Samuel Stzin from Austria 7:24, and Leo Lasch from Austria with 7:03 currently in the 3rd position. We are just moving in attempt series number 2, and then Kovac from Slovakia just performed with 7:18, and now the next jumper here is already on. This is Niklas Voss from Austria. Well, we had the women's long jump just ending around 40 minutes before with some solid performances, but not with a single personal best yet. So maybe this is going to change here in the men's competition. The Austrian, of course, wants the support of the audience as well here. Should be around 400 to 500 people that are joining already here in the meet. Niklas Voss' 2nd attempt. That was a close one. Not sure if it was a valid one though. Yeah, but it is, or will be measured. It's a valid attempt from the Austrian, and maybe another step forwards. I believe it was already a clear mark over the 7 meters. That looks pretty promising just from this angle. It's a little off here, the view we're getting, but still it was, I believe,
7:10.
It's a confirmed 7 meters and 10 right now from Niklas Voss. Good guess, David.
It was only
Very good eyes of yours.
Now, at least I have some idea what angle we have with the camera, but 7/10, that's the first 7 meter jump from Nicholas, should I say, of today.
Samuel Stin we got here in our view, but next on is Federico Kucher, is standing already here in the runway for his second attempt. And it's been an on and off for him in his career. Being there, being not there, injured, not work, you all know that. Now he's in his second attempt, 666 in attempt number 1. Getting better.
It's very similar to what Nicholas Voss just jumped, so we should be looking for somewhere around that 610 area again.
Second attempt row, men's long jump we've got here. We're gonna have to cover women's 400 meter hurdles as well. Then later on, of course, gonna have both results.
We have our athletes lining up for the women's 400 meter hurdles. We will have 2 heats once again. In the first heat on lane 2 was Valentina Cavalieri, lane 3 Martha Rasmussen from Denmark. There is, as we see on the screen there, Anja Glauri from Austria. In lane 5, Janka Molnar from Hungary. And in the outside lane will be the 20-year-old Czech Republic athlete in Marina Kolar. On paper, it should be a very competitive race with all athletes having season's best within around half a second of each other. So let's see if they can push each other to a new personal best. See the Austrian athlete there. It's the current national champion. Also has already achieved the limit for the under-23 European Championships, as has a number of other athletes in this race. So we'll keep an eye on Anja there. She's around a personal best this season. We're set, and we're away now. So we have the 5 athletes taking part in this first heat of the women's 400 meter hurdles. It is Molnar in lane 5 that has taken it out very hard. It's the Hungarian athlete. She's a multiple national champion over this distance, is Molnar. We have Koller now on the outside trying to come back at her, and now we see the athletes come into view from the inside. It is Rasmussen that in lane 3 that has come over this hurdle in first place, and it looks like she will go on to take this out unless something happens over this last hurdle, but she clears that clearly, and it is Martha Rasmussen from Denmark that will take the win from the inside lane. Valentina Cavalieri from Italy. Unofficial time 57:39. So once again around that 57 mark. Just like the men's hurdles we saw before, the athletes aren't afraid to take it out hard and put it all on the line. And as per the men's races, it's one of the athletes not going out quite so hard and can finish off strong at the end. It's one of these interesting races where, because of these stride patterns and the rhythm you need between it, each athlete has their own personal preference on how to run the race. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
We have the best generations worldwide anyways at 400 meter hurdles we have ever had. In the men's section we have a Carsten Ball, we have the Roy Benjamin, and in the women's field of course we also recently saw world records and incredible performances, so hopefully something here with the Central European countries and those meets as well. This was the first heat in the women's. We are still guilty because we have not delivered the results of the men's 400 meter hurdles yet. Diogo Barrigana from Portugal wins with a new PB of 49.99 seconds, so congrats to the Portuguese athlete. From Austria in second place, Niklas Strohmeyer-Dangl, 50.20, his second best time ever delivered. Matej Baluk from the Slovak Republic, third place, 50.25, and the other Austrians, Andreas Wolf, 51.13, Leo Köhldorfer, 51.28.
Barragana will be an athlete to look out for these European Championships, running his first sub 50 second race there, the 21-year-old.
Women's first heat, here's the result. Martha Rasmussen officially now at 57.38. Valentina Cavalieri, an Italian that lives and works here in the second place. But over also to the men's long jump. This is Isaac Rimes, the favorite here in this discipline, in this competition. Has had a performance previously of 7:43, not wind legal yet, but now it seems to be pretty good. Hits the board good, and I believe that was even longer now than 7:43. The angle is not so...
I'm not so sure. Seemed to have that leg drop down a little bit earlier as he got to the sandpit. Didn't quite get out to those 8 meter marks, which we know he's capable of.
Well, your eyes are way trained better than mine, from an experience point of view, Dave.
But well, it's not unfortunate. It's good for Isaac that I was incorrect, and he actually did jump around that side with a 1 centimeter improvement of 7:44. So it's a good little battle that the spectators have, both live and at home, of trying to guess how far the athletes have jumped before the measurement comes up officially.
Well, hopefully also a little bit of an inspiration for Felix Berger from Austria, from Graz, the second biggest town that this beautiful country actually has. He has performed almost 1 meter below the performance of Isaac Rimes, 6:46 so far. He likes the competition, he likes to compete, and he also wants to go towards the 7 meter mark. Maybe finally here on this day. Third attempt for him. He's the one that opens. And it was a little over the board. Invalidated jump here. Third jump will not count for him. Therefore we're gonna keep on going with Federico Kucher. Plus, coming up in a few moments, the A heat, the faster race in the women's 400 meter hurdles as well.
Dan Kovac on the runway for his third attempt. Currently sitting in 4th position with a best jump of 7 meters 18. Whoa! Very strange technique there from Dan. For a moment there I thought he slipped and was almost somersaulting. But he still went out over the 7 meter mark, but unfortunately it was invalid.
Well, we have not seen a stadium record yet, not in the long jump competitions, not in the men's 400 meter hurdles, but maybe now, in a few moments, in the final race, we shall see, with a little bit of luck maybe.
Well, we have the stadium record of 54.57. Could be just out of reach of some of these athletes, but We never know. When they push themselves, it's good competition.
And Niklas Voss also going here in the round number 4. For the Austrian athletes, it has been so far a pretty good competition with 7 meters and 10. Now back from the long jump to the track.
So this is the second heat of the women's 400 hurdles. And we see from lane 1, representing the Czech Republic, Pavla Krumstatova. Lane number 2, we have the 21-year-old from Finland, Heidi Salmanin. She already has the under 23 limit for the European Champions, and she is a under 20 world champion from back in 2021. Looks like lane 3 is left vacant, so we do have a withdrawal from that lane. We go out to lane number 4. Will be our Swiss athlete Karen Disch. Has set a personal best this year with 55.76. Lane 5, Sarah Mato. Is third in the World University Games in 2023 and has already ran a 400 meter flat PB this season, so let's look for something good from her. And there in the outside lane is our Finnish athlete Hila Ursamaki. So if Mato can convert that flat speed that she's shown this season into the hurdle race and can run a personal best, maybe we can get under the 55-second barrier and get close to that stadium record. But she's definitely the one to look out for out in lane 5. So we're ready now for the second heat of the 400 meters women's. And we're away now. We have 5 athletes. Let's face the starter's gun there. And once again, we concentrate on these outside 3 athletes. Ursamaki on the outside, Mato on her inside, and Disch there we see on the inside of those 3 athletes. It is Ursamaki that is slightly leading from Mato. But Mato is now getting into her stride and starting to come up on her inside. So it will be Mato leading Ursamaki as they come into the straight, ahead of Disch in lane 4. Once they straighten up, we might also see those athletes in lane 1 and 2. But it's definitely Mato coming over the second last barrier that is leading. And it will be Mato clearing the last barrier successfully. Will go on and take victory in this 400 meter hurdles in a unofficial time of 55.68. That'll be a new season's best for her if confirmed. I think Ursamaki held on for second in the outside lane from Disch, who was making a bit of a comeback in lane 4. So a well-judged race there out in lane 5 from Mato. She let the Finnish athlete on her outside pace her through that first 250 meters, and then she made her move coming around that bend and got clear with 3 hurdles to go. And then victory never looked in doubt. It was just a matter of safely getting over those last few barriers.
Well, there was it with the 400 meter hurdles. First of all, it's also been a pity that Austria's actual number 1, Lena Pressler, is not or was not in the race. She also holds the record, has been part of some big races, but unfortunately, I believe is still injured.
Yes, well, hopefully she'll be back soon on the track. You can see here, this is where Mato made her move. Just coming off that top bend. That was those 3 outside lanes that took the first, second and third.
Well, results in a few moments. Men's long jump is on, once again, the best Austrian we do have here in our view, Samuel Stin, 7:24, just a few moments ago in his first attempt. We are in the third attempt and try right now. Another valid one. Let's see if this is also a little bit longer. He needs actually 7:44 at the moment, still for a lead, but I believe this was not it. So Isaac Grimes, the United States athlete, will stay here in the lead.
It's quite a good competition warming up here in this men's long jump, with only the 2 centimeters separating our top 2 competitors, Isaac Grimes and Marko Čeko. And as you said there, Samuel Chin looking to move up a little bit and join those two and make it into a 3-way battle. But he's 4 centimeters shy of his opening attempt, so it was a 7-meter-20 jump for Samuel in his 3rd round attempt there.
Coached actually these days by Dominik Distelberger, a former world champion participant and Olympic Games participant in the decathlete.
To chop his strides a bit at the end there, did Marko Čeko, as he got very close to that board and in fact went over there, so that will be an invalid attempt. So no measurement there for Marko in his 3rd round attempt.
Which means we have one more jumper to go before there will be a slight break and a turnover here in the men's long jump. And women's javelin will come up in around 6 minutes as well. Well, let's have a look at Isaac Grimes. Once again, I told you already, pretty fun, pretty entertaining to watch also on social media. If you would like to check out his content, do so on Instagram and TikTok. Not only talking about his career, but also about other sorts of interesting and fun things. Well, they're warming up currently. Gonna see maybe, or I believe actually, Dave, a 60-meter mark, but it's a very dense field in the women's javelin. Victoria Hudson, even though she is the current European champion, it's not guaranteed that she's gonna win here.
No, we have a German athlete, Julia Albright, who has thrown 61.02 this year. So she's definitely be putting the pressure on the local athlete and trying to spoil it for the spectators here, who will be looking forward to seeing a local victory, an Austrian to take it home. But Victoria has thrown over 60 meters as well this season, so it will be a good battle. And of course they will probably have to get the pick of ends of which end they want to throw from as well. So they'll have the ideal conditions for them as well to produce, let's hope, some 60-plus meter throws.
Well, for Isaac Grimes, it's not going to be better performance. I believe it was an invalidate jump. Getting the red sign here in the 3rd. He will start as the last athlete.
The jump itself looked quite good there. I would say if it was a legal jump, then it would have improved on his best performance so far. But when you go over that mark there, you don't get to measure it. But in the case of Isaac, he stayed behind the black line and he has improved to 7 meters and 64 centimeters.
With a little windy SST of 2.3 meters, but be it, this of course would count in case he wins, just for the performance, in case it's a standard or something similar, then it would not count, of course, in World Athletics standards. But for the meet, of course, if it's for the prize money, €1,000 for the winner, then it would of course count. Well, they are checking on a few things here. So the measurement of the wind perfectly works again, as we're probably moving over in around 5 minutes as well to the introduction of Javelin. Pretty good field, as we've already mentioned. The European Championship gold medalists, Victoria Hudson also alongside with Lucas Weisheidinger, are probably the most famous and the most decorated athletes that are participating in this year's Liese Prokop Memorial Meet. It's 3:15 in the afternoon. To everybody who is watching us, once again a good afternoon on June 19th, 2025 for the edition of the Liese Prokop Memorial this year. Usually an event that is hosted in May, but this year's the event managers, Dave, have decided for a meet in June, probably because of the World Champs, right?
The late World Championships. I mean, it makes sense now to push it back a bit because, as we said earlier, a lot of the athletes are only just beginning or have just begun their season competitions in preparation for these championships coming up later in the year, and some of these competitions, including the World Championships, a bit later in the year than normal. So to push these meetings back as well would go with the plans and the training plans, competition plans of the athletes that are looking to compete at these championships.
And in the background you can see we are switching the position of the hurdles a little bit. From 400 meter hurdles, from 10 hurdles with a little more width and distance, we're going to the short hurdles, because coming up at 15:25 at 3:25, so to speak, in 9 minutes will be the heats 110 meter hurdles. Men followed at 3:45 the heats in the women's 100 meter hurdles. Two fields which are packed with some advanced world-class athletes, Dave.
This is probably, when I went through the start list, these both hurdle races, men and women, to me was going to be some of the events of the day. I'm really looking forward to watching these hurdle races. Going to be some close competition. It's fast, hopefully legal times with tailwind behind, and I think we should see some qualification times.
Plus, have a look here. They have switched again, I believe.
No, we'll be running in reverse direction. It's
absolutely right.
The same as we've been talking. The same direction as the long jumpers are going. They're setting out these 10 flights of hurdles.
In the background there is, I think, the intro going on of women's javelin, including of course the Austrians. We do have from Austria a multiple international event winner, Ivona Dadic, the heptathlete who is also performing or trying to perform a good thing here in the women's javelin. Leonie Zoe Haller from Austria will be competing in the javelin throw. Maria Vucinovic from Serbia is participating, so is Freya Jones from Great Britain, Annabella Bogdan from Hungary. From Australia it's Mackenzie Milcharek, Baker Walton from Great Britain, Julia Ulbricht from Germany, and Victoria Hudson. This is the further view that you just have seen here on our schedule of the meet until 18:30. This is 6:30 p.m. here, our local time, and we will have the men's 100 meter final, which will conclude the meet. So around 3 more hours of track action going on here.
Anything to go by from the other races and events, it will be 3 exciting hours of what we have left.
This has always been very interesting to me, actually. Victoria Hudson with her personal best of over 66 meters. I believe amongst those world-class athletes, she's one of the smaller ones.
Yes, I mean, it's also beneficial for throwers to have that height, because then their release point is at that higher position, and as you mentioned, she is one of the shorter, shall we say, of the world-class athletes that we have. As we see her there on screen, Victoria Hudson. It's Becca Walton there from Great Britain. It's the Australian athlete, one of the taller athletes there, Mackenzie Milcharek. It's only 22 years of age. Of course, not eligible for the European Championships, being from Australia, but she'll be still looking to have a good performance. Annabelle Bogdan there, the Hungarian athlete, has a personal best of 61.09. Freya Jones, another one of the athletes from Great Britain. The 31-year-old has just in this month thrown a personal best of 56.19. Leni Hala, one of the younger athletes. I think she's in the under 18 categories. And the last one being introduced or being shown on the screen there, Ivona Dajic, so the world-class heptathlete. So we mentioned that Julia Albright, the athlete with the best season's best at the moment, is a former silver medalist at the European Championships at under 20 level way back in 2019, and her main opponent will be the 6-time national champion of Austria, Victoria Hudson.
Do you think she has two different pairs or kinds of shoes, or is it just different color?
No, they're different pairs, definitely. Way back in the days when I was a young athlete, you used to sometimes for javelin and high jump, you would only buy one shoe. They would only come as a one. You'd often see the athletes compare.
Okay.
They'll have their jumping shoe, specialized high jump jumping shoe, and the other shoe was just a normal track shoe that you would run.
Okay.
So
and your PB is 80 meters? Of course, ladies and gentlemen, just kidding around. But actually these days I don't see this too often. I see this sometimes here in Javelin. I see this sometimes in pole vault. I see this in high jump, but not many athletes do it.
No, it's mainly in the javelin or the high jump, because they only need that one plant foot or the takeoff foot, and it just, I don't know, maybe they have one pair that looks good. And it's with the javelin throwers, their foot at the back, or the non-planting foot,
does different
twists a lot and drags on the ground, so it gets worn out at the toes a lot. So if you're a right-handed thrower, if you're left foot, if you're still comfortable with that shoe and it's you're happy with it, just replace the worn out one. You don't need a new pair.
I mean, good on you. She took your advice. Ivona Dadic, the heptathlete, with her first attempt here. Getting closer a little bit, I believe, to the 40 meters mark. 3 minutes also to go until the first out of two heats, men's 110 meter hurdles. Well, we must say as well, for the javelin throwers, also more or less pretty good conditions right now. They also had the opportunity to either throw from this or from the other side. They've decided, or of course the referees have decided for them, to throw from this side. It's the same direction as the sprints are currently going as well, which is interesting since they also have the tailwind. Wouldn't it be a little better to have headwind?
Tailwind is definitely preferred by javelin throwers. You'll see, we don't have the option here, but some of the other meetings, a headwind is definitely preferred for the discus throwers, just because of the shape of the discus. It's a bit like an aeroplane wing, so the wind can come underneath the discus and it holds it up in the air a bit longer. But the tailwind is more preferred for the javelin throwers. So when they get the chance, they'll always take the end with the tailwind behind them. So it should be good conditions here for the javelin throwers. As I said, we're looking to get out over the 60 meter mark.
Well, then here we go. There was the first few attempts before going over to heat number 1 out of 2, men's 110 meter hurdles. And we're gonna have a great setup over there. We have a few athletes who are very, very strong, such as Austrian Enzo Diesel, such as Antonio Alcana in the second heat. But here is heat number 1. The Styrian athlete Gabriel Sand is here in lane number 1. Season best of 14.74. Wants to make it to the European champs under 23 as well. Then we do have Jonas Kolmanczyk, Samuel Bennett from Great Britain. Here's Enzo Diesel, under 20. already European champion, and he wants to medal in the under-23 championships as well, plus wants maybe a standard for the world champs. This is 13:27. Max Hairston from the United States, PB'd this year, 13:56. He's another race favorite. Abdelkader Larinaga from Portugal, same club, same teammate as his friend who already won the 400-meter hurdles, plus Tomáš Dvořák from the Czech Republic on lane 7. 7 athletes to go. The 2 faster ones are in lane number 3 for Enzo Diesel and Samuel Bennett. Remember, the world standard for Tokyo would be 13:27.
Do you actually know the qualifying standards that they are having today to make the final? Because we will have a final coming up.
It says here the top 6, 3.
So it's just time. Okay, we're going on times only. Normally it could be the top 3 in each race and the next 2 fastest, but depending how they've seeded these, that maybe all the faster ones are in the one heat, but we'll have to wait and see for that later on.
Well, there's 10 hurdles to go and a pretty good start actually. It seems to fit everybody. Diesel, the Austrian, in the center is already leading, 13:27. He hits the hurdles pretty well, no struggles at all, and clocks in with 13 point. Did not work at all here once again. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, dear audience, we also have to keep on waiting here until we will have an official timing, but I believe must have been something around 13:50 or so, as the athletes also do not know any timing as of right now.
It was a clean race there from Enzo Diesel. He hit a couple, but didn't like clatter into him, didn't smash him too dramatically.
Also, I can tell you that the officials are checking something in the background. Unfortunately, timing was once again not perfect here. Of course, sorry to witness this here in this race. But a clean run from Enzo Diesel, no worries about that. He bet all the others by a few meters. Some struggles we saw here from Jonas Komalczyk. But at least it was a win for him in a very good quality field, which also brings in a little bit of confidence.
They'll come back just in over 1 hour's time. So it's a really nice warm-up. They get to blow out any cobwebs they may have, and in 1 hour they'll come back and try to improve on what they have just ran. Of course, coming up in the second heat, we have Antonio Alcana, the South African, the former, or the current actually, African record holder. So let's hope he can lay down a good time and then challenge Enzo Diesel in the final.
5 throws we already have in. This is the 6th mark we're getting from Mackenzie Milcherek from Australia. As one of the very few Aussie athletes that are participating here in St. Pölten. I believe she is the only one, right?
I believe so too. We had there was a big contingent last week in the Vienna, or the Track Night Vienna meeting, and normally we see quite a few of them also in Eisenstadt.
Yeah, but now they do have a little bit of headwind as well here. Maybe it's coming a little bit from the side, and I can tell you just from viewing it here down on the track, they still have struggles by officially giving times out here for the first heat, so I believe it will take a few moments more to let out heat number 2. Anyways, the best athletes here in the women's javelin are about to come up. Becca Walton, this was from Great Britain with a throw a little bit over 50 meters. Mackenzie Milcherek, the Australian, with a first performance of 51.87 meters. Last year's winner, Victoria Hudson, at 59.84 meters, which is also the stadium record.
So there's a very good chance that this could be our first stadium record for the day.
Well, I hope they will fill 2 or 3 more, but this is a very realistic one, to be honest here. There she is, the gold medalist from Rome 2024. You know, to most athletes, to most viewers, it was a big surprise, but maybe not to her. She knows that she can throw very far if she has a good day. Let's see her first throw, and it's going to fall down a little bit here for Victoria Hudson in the mid 55-meter section. Maybe not even a valid attempt because she might have stepped over. And Julia Ulbricht, the German, who actually has to perform well like this. Well, I actually texted her in the morning. She did reply, and she said that she is nominated, first of all, already for the Team European Championships, which is actually a statement from the Federation of Germany to her, towards her. That means she is currently the number 1. She has this kind of approval standard for the world champs in Tokyo, but she still needs points in the world ranking in order to make it. But it's her big dream, and it seems, to get more realistic.
A 64-meter throw is the automatic qualifier. So if you achieve that 64 meters or over 64 meters, then you don't need to worry about your ranking points or the place, your placing that you have from accumulating these ranking points. So that's always the number 1 target that these athletes would have.
But still, we did not have the greatest round of javelin throw in the first round. I'm sure it's going to change, but Victoria Hudson is leading with 53.77. Mackenzie Milcharek 51.87 and Becca Walton 51.05. Rose of second attempt. Ivona Dadic, the Austrian, is starting first of all. Well, there will be another time delay in the 110-meter hurdle, so something has definitely not worked there in the background. Hopefully everything is going to be fine. Also, since this might delay a little bit the timetable for the women's 100-meter hurdles.
But we do have official times from that first heat, with Enzo Diesel winning the event in 13:38. So very good heat run there for Enzo. Samuel Bennett was second place from Great Britain with a 13:54, and Max Hairston from the United States was third in 13:73.
Well, that's not only very good from him, that's a new personal best, and this already in the heat of this race. He once raced faster with a wind-assisted time. 13:40 was his personal best, so congratulations to Enzo Diesel, finally getting the times out here for the Austrian.
We just have to check, and it's not on my screen at the moment, the wind for that to be an official personal best time.
I mean, just from my wind knowledge out there's not too much going on right now, but let's hope for it.
It was 3.2, so unfortunately too much wind, so still a very good run there from Enzo, and it puts him in good shape coming into the final in around 1 hour's time.
And usually with time here in St. Pölten, the wind goes down a little bit, might slow down. Well, let's hope for it. We got men's long jump going on, we got women's javelin going on. Maria Vucinovic from Serbia with her second attempt has not met the 50-meter mark so far. And if you have a look at the men's long jump, you can currently see that Isaac Grimes is still leading, 7.64, Marko Čeko 7.60, and Samuel Zin with 7.24. But now back to the track action. This is the second heat in the men's 110-meter hurdles. Also, I believe it's the same rule here, as we cannot find it. The top 3 make it, and the 2 faster times. Filip Bichler from Austria, Luka Trigovecovic from Serbia, Balid Šeleš, this is from Hungary, 13.96 this season. And then we have the African and respectively the Republic of South African record holder, Antonio Alcana, already 35 years of age, but still 13.11 is his African record, 13.48 is his season best. He is the race favorite, maybe amongst Enzo Diesel. They might face later on in the final. And Stefan Stefko, we do have alongside with him the Czech athlete here on the right side.
It's only a 21-year-old who has already achieved the limit for the under-23 European Championships.
Stanislav Stankov from Bulgaria. Well, let's hope the timekeeping works this time.
Well, just to reiterate, the timekeeping is actually working, but just not coming up immediately on our screen or the screens on the track. So it's no timekeeping problems for you at home thinking that we have some technology problems here.
A pretty good start from Alcana in the middle. Is already a little off, the young Czech athlete right next to him. But the South African race favorite here makes it pretty well and easy towards the final. 12-13 point something here. Gonna wait a few moments until we've got the official timings here as well. But still, something is not working perfectly. I'm sorry, David, for saying this, but I love track and I want the viewers to have the best experience here.
And of course, you want to know how fast they've run immediately. I mean, this is what we hope for. We have some screens on the infield here, which has been bringing up the times. But as that is not stopping automatically, our feed here, the time that you see on the screen when the race is going, is hooked up to these on-field screens. So when the on-field screen is not stopping, the clock that you see on our screens are not stopping either. And we just have to wait for the photo finish judges or the officials to read off all the times and then publish them. So that is why we cannot give you an unofficial time. Of course, what we see is unofficial until the judges have looked at it all. But once we get that, we'll see. But clearly, the top two favourites from each heat, Diesel in the first heat and Alcana in the second heat, easily go through into the final.
Many has already had a long career, actually. Alcana, 35 years of age, has been in this game for 20 years. Enzo Diesel just turned 21 a few days ago on the 8th of June. Happy birthday from our sides, and he wins with a little bit too much tailwind of 3.2 meters per second, but with a great time of 13:38, great rhythm, and I'm sure he's going to perform well. And I guess he's the race favorite from my point of view on now.
Well, it definitely looked good. I mean, we don't know how hard Alekna pushed then, but his race this season was a 13:48, where he finished third in the South African trials, with the first two place getters in 13:44. So it was a very close race there. So he's used to the close races. He said he's been around a long time. He can handle the pressure. He knows what to do in different conditions. So I think it is going to be a very interesting race, and hopefully a race where they push each other to a very fast time.
13:68 actually was his time. That just got confirmed here down at the screens. Well, women's javelin, we see Becca Walton just performed 51.05. The new leader at the moment is Annabelle Bogdan with 54.95. This is now the time for Victoria Hudson to even push herself a little forward to the 60-meter mark. If she wants to take over the lead, around 55 meters is necessary now in her second attempt of the European Championship gold medalist. It was already better than the first one, and this will give her the lead for the moment in the second attempt, even though Julia Albrecht, the German, is still up with her second attempt as well. That was better, clearly, from the Austrian, who has her javelin and athletics home base in Maria Enzersdorf, in the South City, as you would translate it, the south of Vienna. 57.42 meters is her new mark. That puts her close to her season best number one. That puts her close to the stadium record, which is a little over 59 meters. And now Julia Albrecht, the German, with her second out of 6 attempts. It also makes it a little better, but not there where she wants it to be yet.
Can update you with the results of the second heat, where Antonio Alcana did win in that 13.68 from Stanislav Stankov, the Bulgarian, and Balen Salez, the Hungarian, who both ran 13.90. So it was actually the first two from the first heat, Enzo Diesel and Samuel Bennett, which will go through with the fastest 2 times. But in saying that, the second heat only had a wind of 1.5. So the wind was only half as strong as the first heat, which would affect the times a little bit, but it sets up an interesting final coming up later on. Sivana Dajic there, looking a bit disappointed with her third attempt in the javelin. She's 43.38 is her best so far today.
Also one of the athletes who wants to qualify for the World Championships in Tokyo in the heptathlon, but is not qualified yet. Also, the fields in heptathlon and in decathlon are limited down. Yeah, the men's and women's section, of course, as well. Only 24 athletes per discipline are allowed to start. That's what I was talking about, reducing.
Yes, that's...
And out of those 24 who are at the World Champs, we also know 18 to 21 are usually finishing. There's always somebody who, unfortunately, has to give up. So 20 finishers at the World Champs. Let's see. So far, Austria has 4 qualified athletes, by the way. Aaron Grün, Lukas Weisheidinger, Susanne Guglielvalli, Julia Meyer.
Unfortunately, Guglielvalli not competing today. Had to withdraw with a injury.
Small injury, which will knock her out, I guess, until the end of June. And then let's see if she can do any further competitions before the national champs are coming up at the beginning of August. She's anyways already qualified for the World Champs. Well, we're going to see a few more throws here in the women's third round of Javelin, whilst the long jump is going into the final. Here we already are in the last round.
It's just Leonie Soehala, the young under-18 athlete from Austria, has thrown a personal best this season of 47.32.
Well, both sprinters and long jumpers currently do have a tailwind of around 1.5 meters per second, which is ideal for the sprinters coming up, which is pretty good actually also for javelin throwers. But let's see what happens if there will be any further improvements. Freya Jones, this was 52.69, her best mark so far. This stays a little bit underneath her possibilities. Then we're moving towards the end of the third round.
As we're coming to a conclusion in this men's long jump, we've had 3 athletes jump so far, and their last attempts in the 6th round, all producing their best jump of the day. It's still very close at the top of the tables, with just 4 centimeters separating Isaac Grimes and Marco Checo.
As we're moving towards halftime in Javelin, towards the final in the men's long jump, we are about to move into the heats of the women's 100-meter hurdles, which are supposed to start in exactly 1 minute. And as we can see, the ladies are almost, or more or less, pretty ready. We're going to see Austrian Karin Stramitz racing as well in here, alongside with Gaby Cunningham, Milika Emini from Serbia, and as well Rapisi. These should be the faster names. There they are. It's already commanded onto the track. There will be 2 heats in the women's race, and I guess the same procedure as in the men's field. The 3 fastest of each heat immediately advance to the final, plus the 2 fastest one combined of both events. For the Austrian, you can see her in lane 4, what counts is a great time. Gabrielle Cunningham from the United States. There might be amongst the favorites. She is a indoor champion. She has 1 international medal. She has a PB of 12:53, but this season has only produced 13:25. But you will see, and you will especially never know. Verena Meyer from Austria is withdrawn, but Karin Strametz, the fastest Austrian, the national champ, already 12:97 this season, looks focused here on her home surface. 12:87 her all-time best. Milica Imini from Serbia, 13:14 this season. Petra Repasi from Hungary, 13:18 just recently. She PR'd, and Barbara Natrovilova from the Czech Republic, as well as Anjali Pereira on the outside, are also in this race. 2 heats to go in the women's 100-meter hurdles. These are the heats. First one, second one to be followed, and later on in around 1 hour there will be the final. Well, here's the on your marks. Actually, we do have a performance of 12:49, what is the stadium record here, held by Alina Talay in the year of 2018 already. It was one of the best performances, I guess, we've ever witnessed here. And actually, I don't know what she's currently doing, Alina Talay. She won multiple international medals, and I've never heard of her again. Was representing Belarus internationally. Practiced here, trained here, lived here for a while. Keep us updated. Let's go. Heat number 1 out of 2, 10 hurdles, women's 100-meter hurdles.
Strametz has improved every time she's raced this outdoor season, so let's hope that that trend continues. But of course, Cunningham is the one to beat, 7th place at the 2021 Tokyo Olympic Games. Has ran a wind-assisted 12:87 this season.
12:73 actually, for a direct standard for the world champs. And the density in the women's 100-meter hurdles amongst the biggest ones in athletics. Everybody got a good and clean start. The Austrian with the pink jerseys in the middle, alongside with her another race favorite, Milica Imini from Serbia. Now the Austrian is taking over a little bit. 12:13, 91 I think I saw for a second.
I saw it stop at 12:91. If that is correct, that will be again an improvement on the season's best and just outside her personal best, with wind conditions being illegal, of course. But that was a very good run there from Strametz in the middle of the field there.
Until they're all wobbling down there, watching out for the times, but I guess we saw 12:91. They looked realistic, looked pretty good. They will further improve, hopefully, in the final later on. What's for sure is we're going to see her, we're going to see Imini in the final as well, we're going to see Gabrielle Cunningham.
Imini is very happy with her arm. She has a personal best of just under 13 at 12:99, but the season's best of 13:14, so she would probably go under that time as well. But she started very good, matching Strametz in the first half of the race, till then the strength of Strametz shone through and she started to pull away at the end. Cunningham came back a little bit towards the end as well, but left just too much work to make up on Strametz.
Well, coming up in a few moments, the next one. As there is currently a little bit of a break after 3 out of 6 attempts in the women's javelin throw. We're about to have 2 more jumps in the men's long jump competition, and I can tell you they are just by 4 centimeters off right now. At 12.91, good performance of her to advance to the final. Gabrielina Cunningham, 13.07. Qualified Milica Emini is also going to be there. Petra Repasi and the others as well. There will actually be a B and an A final later on. So you can see a few of those races next. There he is. Last attempt for Marko Čerko. 760. He needs full risk and 764 for the win. The Croatian athletes. But seems like that was not it.
We've had all but one athlete in the last round have their best jump of the competition in this last round. But unfortunately for Marco, that was an invalid attempt, so he will remain in second place with his 7 meters 60.
Yeah, because Isaac Grimes is no longer taking a jump, which means the result is official. Second place for him. 764 is the winner, Isaac Grimes from the United States. Samuel Zinn from Austria, third place, 743.
The wind in that women's hurdle race was 0.8. So everything valid there. So those season's bests will stand as official times. So very good running there from the women in the first heat of that 100-meter hurdles.
Victoria Hudson currently chilling and cooling down here a little bit at halftime. 57.42 meters is her mark right now as the leader in the women's javelin. Annabella Bogdan 54.95 and Mackenzie Melcharek in the third place 53.68. Well, she has had her big career moment, of course, last year in Rome. Fortunately, did not work out the way she wanted it at the Olympic Games in Paris. She did not even advance to the finals, even though, of course, the hopes were high.
Yes, that was even touted as maybe a medal chance for Austria there. I mean, the 66-meter throw in the European Championships, and if then she improved again in that at the Olympics, that would have been right up there with some of the favourites of there, but as you said, it didn't quite go to plan and unfortunately didn't get through the qualifying rounds.
Well, the next Olympiad is already on. We are in the 4-year circle. This year, of course, the world champs. Next year, the European champs in 2027. The world champs in Beijing, I believe, again.
I think they are, yes.
And then 2028, the Olympic Games, of course, in the City of Angels in LA, United States. A long way to go for us as viewers. Not too much of a long way, actually, if you're a professional athlete, since if you want to perform perfectly on day X in 2028, for example, you already got your plan set up. Here we go, round number 4, before we're also switching over to the second heat, women's 100-meter hurdles in around 1 minute's time. Maria Vucinovic, Serbia, 49.10 in her first attempt. This is number 4. A good curve, but in length, not an improvement. Becca Walton representing Great Britain. One invalid, one time a throw to 49.71 and the first was 51.05. Here's her fourth one before the hurdles will start. Maybe a slight improvement somewhere around the 50-51 meter mark. And here is heat number 2. The women's 100-meter hurdles. Iman Roca, you just saw, already qualified for the Under-23 European Championships. So is her teammate Isabel Engel. 13:58. Mia Wild from Croatia, 13:27 this season. Nia Gloneric from Slovenia, also with a PB of sub-13 in this season, 13:01. Rosina Schneider from Germany, 13:03 this season, and there might be a few chances for the athletes to go sub-13 today.
She's another one of the athletes that has the limit as well, so quite a few of these ladies will be racing each other again.
In Bergen.
Yes.
Nikoleta Turnerova from the Czech Republic, 13:22. And then we have on the outside here also Ivana Lončarek from Croatia, who has multiple times already competed in Austrian races, and Hanna Kravanja from Vienna on the outside. It's a fast track for hurdles.
The races have been good so far.
12:91 in the first heat to win it for Karin Stramitz, the Austrian. And something tells me in the back of my head we're going to see a sub-13 performance right now.
Well, the two women in the middle of the field, Schneider and Glojnovic, both have personal bests under that 13 and both have ran just marginally over that this season. So with these conditions, it wouldn't surprise me either that we go under 13 seconds again.
Our fingers are crossed. There is the signal in the background, which tells us there must have been something like a false start. We've had the signal already today before, but there has not been a disqualification yet.
Once again, I didn't really see anything. We had a good angle there to see what was going on, and just to the naked eye, there didn't seem to be any one starting before the others. Once again, the technology will be looked at and will come up with
the green card.
Yes. So this time it was correct. There was nothing happening there. So either a bit of movement happened, or it just seemed as an unfair start to one of the athletes, and the starters pulled the race up to give everyone a fair chance.
Here we go once again from the left to the right. Roka, Engel, Wild, Glonaric, Schneider, Turnerova, Lončarek, Kravanja. Well, now the race is on here, 12:91 in the first race. And in the middle here, the Slovenian is doing a very good performance at the very beginning. Nia Glonaric is still in the lead, but now it's coming up here. Glonaric, yeah, they're head on head in 12:93, as we, said it. And that will be a great final, I believe, already, because Nika Glonaric, Rosina Schneider, with great performances, getting very close both to their personal best. It seems like it's a perfect fit here for another PB in the finals, maybe for more than a few athletes, actually.
There's a 1.7 tailwind then, so perfect for those. A little bit more than that first race, so when you add that they had a bit more wind, and Stramitz with a 12:91, it's going to be an exciting finale.
I guess they're going to take the full 100% risk. They know something is possible today. Conditions are perfect. We know we can switch sides here as well. So we're hopefully having a great time in the final, both men and women.
See Schneider here. She's trying to come back. It hits that hurdle very hard. So that would have disrupted her slightly, but she kept going. And in the end, it is actually very close. I'm not quite sure who did win from that angle.
At the very end of the day, we'll see it in a moment. Doesn't really matter since both will be in the final later on. We've got 4 p.m. right now. Women's hurdles finals is set to be at 4:45. Men's final at 4:30. So within the next 45 minutes or so, there will be the 2 finals. All finalists, we're gonna get called here in a few moments. But back to women's javelin. We're about to end the 4th round here of attempts. Jula Ulbricht has advanced a little bit, 54.52 meters, but that's not enough, but a lead so far. 54.95 stays with Annabella Bogdan, and Victoria Hudson, the Austrian, who has already performed 57.42, is now going for attempt number 4. And she wants, of course, the stadium record and maybe the 60-meter mark. It seems to getting better. Yes, it was. We are getting close to it, Dave.
I just saw just in front of a marker there, a band across the track. I'm guessing that's the 60-meter line. I can't quite see from our position, but if so, then she is knocking on the door there of that 60-meter mark.
Technically better. The Javelin stayed in the air for quite some time and hit it perfectly on the grass. Guess we're getting close here to a stadium record, but not close enough, because it would have been 59.81. Officially, it is a throw to 59.59 meters. The clear lead getting better and better towards her season best as well. Yeah, 60-meter mark. She will risk. I guess she will make it.
Let's just see now if the other athletes can respond to that throw.
That's going to go pretty quick here. Leonie Zoe-Haller, Victoria Hudson just threw her 4th attempt. We're in round number 5 right now. Both long jump actually ended here. Women's and men's with victories for the United States. The final jumping competition is coming up also in a few moments. This will be the men's triple jump. And another interesting athletes from Austria we do have in here with Indira Kingley, who tries actually today to break the Austrian record. Plus, he has one opponent from Georgia, from the country of Georgia, namely Lasha Gulelauri. And positioning wise, no big changes yet in the women's javelin. As for the Serbian, an invalid throw. Becca Walton from Great Britain in a 5th attempt, 52.42, her best so far. And now all the athletes seems to be a little bit more energized here, maybe also by the throw of Victoria Hudson. It's getting a little further here.
Have the results of that second heat of the women's 100-meter hurdles, and it was indeed the German Rosina Schneider who got up there on the inside. Well, the inside is a straight race, but it's inside lane number in 12.94, just ahead of Nika Bojnarek, who was in 12.95, both running season's best there. Mia Wild, the Croatian, in 3rd place, also a season's best of 13.17.
And a beautiful and big personal best for Isabel Angel from Austria, 13.43. That's a big number. Also, and immediately, of course, qualified. She has been in ahead for the under-23 champs.
She had a personal best this season of 13.58, so once again improving that. So it's a very good season shaping up for Isabel Engel.
Well, we are looking forward to both short hurdle finals. Men's coming up at around 4:30, women's at around 4:45. And we're also moving towards the end of the javelin competitions. We got around 2.5 more hours of track action going on here. 100-meter heats are gonna follow in the next few minutes. Plus, we're gonna have the men's triple jump, which is about to start in a few minutes as well. Men 100 meters, women 100 meters, discus throw, 800-meter women's, plus the 100-meter finals. Jula Ulbricht. Over 60 meter already this season, but today she is struggling a little bit, I believe.
You see there too, it doesn't look very good. Just the way the javelin's coming out of her hand, it's not quite getting that flight trajectory that she's after, and in that it's falling well short than what she's expecting to throw.
It's not been her competition yet. She's got only one attempt left to advance her performance of And the marks only 54.52 meters so far. But once again, she will represent us, Germany, at the team championships next weekend. Mackenzie Miljarek, the Australian, 53.68 so far. Would be good advancement for her. 60, 40, 45, 54, 55 meter mark, but still the 50. Of course, highly dependent always on how the wind's blowing right now. Annabella Bogdan, 54.95 meters. Maybe the only one that can beat Victoria Hudson today, but not with this kind of throws. She will have one last attempt coming up in the sixth and final attempt of hers, which of course puts Victoria Hudson in more than a favorite position right now. I believe she will take full risks because she clearly wants to go over 60 meters right now.
I think so too. I mean, she's the only one in the field at the moment that has really adjusted to these conditions. You've seen the last few throws that as the women are throwing it, the tip of the javelin just going straight up in the air. It's not staying in an aerodynamical position, and it's just not flying as well as they wanted to, whereas the last throw from Victoria Hudson was absolutely super.
Also here, a little difficulties. Maybe the wind is not playing the perfect role right now. So no season best for her at the moment. 60.63 it is. We threw it in Santa Cruz de Tenerife, which is a Canary Island, for the 29-year-old. One last attempt per thrower coming up. Ivona Dadic already dropped out of the competition, which means 8 more will be up there.
Okay, you saw there that one, the tip of the javelins went way too high and actually landed tail first, which is not allowed in javelin competition, so that was an invalid throw there for Leonie Soe-Halle.
Well, let's hope she's not injured. Just touched her shoulder or her elbow. I mean, it's a sport, a discipline where injuries usually play a great role. Within just a few moments of a second, there's so much force on the joints, almost uncomparable to other disciplines here. For the Serbian, also not an improvement anymore. Gonna stay here with her, with Maria Vucinovic, with 50.32 meters. This is the mark she's gonna carry home with her tonight.
If you look at the flag in the background there doesn't seem to be much wind at all, but for some reason the athletes just haven't quite adapted to either the conditions, or I'm not quite sure what it is, because their form coming in today was quite good. I was expecting quite some good throws today. I said we still have this last round to go, and maybe the women can produce something special with their last throw. So throw just over the 50-meter mark, so once again that will not be an improvement there. So Freya Jones now with her last attempt, currently sitting in 5th position with 52.69 as her best performance of the day. Once again, that falls below the 50-meter mark, so she'll remain in that position with that distance of 52.69 as her best for the day. The 22-year-old Australian Mackenzie Miltrak will be next to have her last throw. Sorry, I'll correct that because Julia Albright actually moved above her in the standings, but before that she was below her, so she throws first. Once again, it will not be an improvement on her 54-meter throw.
It was not her day, we could simply say.
I think so.
I guess she expected more.
She has thrown over 61 at the end of May, so she is in good form, and I mean it's career best form. This was a personal best of 61 meters, and to just have that 54 today was probably a little bit disappointing for her.
Miltrak from Australia. And Australia has had some, especially in the women's javelin, I believe a little bit of a good history.
Very good history, and especially even in some of the Austrian competitions, with a few of the Australians coming over and throwing some good javelins. But medalists at major championships, so I'm guessing that Mackenzie now is hoping to continue that tradition as a next up-and-comer. So she's only 22 years of age, so still a lot of time, and she's over here probably getting experience at some of these international meetings.
This has always been a point of interest of mine. When, for example, American or Australian athletes are coming over in the summer season of Europe, where do they stay? Where do they practice if they're here for 3 or 4 months?
A lot of them have a...
Do they have a base?
Yeah, they have a base, depending on the athlete or their coaches or sponsors, whatever, be in different areas. But speaking to some of the athletes that came over last year, that they have a base and they stay for a month or two and travel around to the different competitions around Europe and try to improve their performances and stuff. But there's no way that you could possibly fly here, compete, fly home, and a few weeks later come over again.
I mean, do they stay in hotel this, or do they stay in Germany for 1 week and then go to the competition?
Well, the athletes I spoke to last year had a base, and they would travel out from that base to the competitions. They'd sort of see where the competitions are and find somewhere central to those competitions and just go from there.
Well, no valid attempt here in the last one for Annabella Bogdan from Hungary, which means she falls back to the 3rd place because the Australian Mackenzie Miltrak has just improved her performance to 55.31 meters, which is a sign for the 2nd place, which also means that the Austrian and the European current champion Victoria Hudson is already the winner, and would not have to throw anymore, but of course she wants to, because 59.59 is her 2nd best mark this season, not a season best yet, and if she can improve her throw by 25 centimeters, it would be a new stadium record. This stands with 59.83. So here we go with Victoria Hudson, the European champ. Now goes up a little bit high. We'll stay a little bit under here, around 55 to 56 meters for her final throw. Later on, we're going to see her at the victory ceremony. Maybe hear a few words of hers as well. But she seems happy.
She's happy. I mean, I'm sure internally she's a little bit disappointed because you always want to improve on each throw. But once again, it's the beginning of her season, and I'm sure she's going to be looking at that qualifying for the World Championships, so she doesn't want to peak too early yet. But it would have been nice to get a big throw out and have that qualification out of the road and not having to worry about that. But as long as she continue building and fine-tuning these technical aspects of the throw, then I'm sure we'll see some better things from Victoria Hudson in the upcoming meetings.
Plus, we spoke about her two-shoe, let's call it an issue, whatever. Do you recall if she's had the 2 shoes when she won the gold? Let me look this up actually in the meantime.
I think maybe it's a superstition thing. But as you see on the screen there are the final results for the women's javelin, and as we said, it was Victoria Hudson taking out the victory with a 59.59 ahead of the Australian Mackenzie Milcherak with 55.31, and rounding out the podium is Annabella Bogdan with a throw of 54.95. So that concludes the javelin event. The next event coming up will be the men's triple jump, which is being introduced to the crowd now, and then it'll be shortly followed by the hurdle finale, the finals of both the men's and women's hurdles.
Well, we've got the Austrian Felix Schulchik here in the red jersey. Well, with a good competition, he might be able to go over the 15-meter mark. And then we're going to race here, standard maybe a little bit. Young athlete he is, der Skamsjäger. Both a triple jumper, also a high jumper, born in the year of 2007 with a PB of 14.28. Michael Holloway from the United States, 24 years old, 15.13 this season. Pavel Halatek, who represents the Czech Republic in this year. As he's born in 2004, he's also, of course, aiming for the under-23 standards. Missed it just by a few centimeters.
I believe he has the limit.
Oh yeah, he does, yeah.
15.51 he has jumped.
And this might be one of the favorites. We do not know exactly. He's almost 1 meter off by his PB. Lasha Guilelauri, 2-time Olympian, but has never had a valid jump at Olympic Games, which is, of course, also a pity. I looked this up and I was like, oh no, really? You make it to the Olympics, you're there at the competition, 3 invalid jumps at 2 Olympic Games.
I mean, you'd think the second time is a bit of redemption, you at least get 1 in, but yeah.
Gabriel Womack from Sweden, and here is one of the Austrian favorite athletes, Andreas Kingley. He has been in the game of athletics for numerous years, and today he is going for the Austrian record in triple jump. His season and personal best is 16.48. The all-time best mark of an Austria dates back to the year of 1988 and has a length of 16 meters 57. Something that is highly possible today.
Interesting fact here that Kingley back in 2021 was 4th at the Under-20 World Championships, but the winner of that event, so first place in the Under-20 World Championships in 2021, is Gabriel Womack, who is competing today.
They know each other.
Have a bit of history going back a few years.
And actually, this season, the Swedish athletes has not performed that well. Pretty good, but not that well. 22 centimeters less than Kingley. We have 8 competitors, not 9. That means everybody who is competing here in this field at the men's triple jump can, of course, have his 6 attempts, so his full meeting will be within them. We've got 16, 24, 20 in the afternoon. 20 minutes delay, actually, in the triple jump. I don't know what was going on there, but the athletes seem to be fine with it. We got coming up in around 10 minutes or so the men's 110-meter hurdles finals. We got coming up at 4:45 the women's 100-meter hurdles finals. And after this, the clean heats of the 100 meters.
see on the screen, that was just confirmation of the start list for the men's triple jump.
The direct standard actually for Tokyo, a pretty tough mark to break. 17 meters point 22, or on the other side, the top 36 triple jumpers. For example, Andreas Kingley told us in advance, if he kind of makes it 4 to 5 times with a length of 1640 with this performance, this shall actually be enough when he also becomes the Austrian champion with this performance to make it to the World Championship. So 80 centimeters below, but multiple of these performances on the right meets. To sum up some points, this will be enough for him to advance to Tokyo.
Going on those qualification standards, we do have a few young athletes, Pavel Halatek from the Czech Republic and Pascal Bolden from Germany, both in the under 23 categories, but both of those have already surpassed the 15 meter 50 limit. And we do have Andreas Gamsjäger, who is an under 20 athlete, as you said before, probably more noted as a high jumper, but he needs a 15:05 for the under 20 European qualification standard.
Well, there he already is, the young gentleman, representing ATSV OMV Auerstal Athletics 22, a club based in both Lower Austria and Vienna. All the best for the 18-year-old. Probably his first big meet of his life.
Yes.
And there we go. Triple jump for the Austrian. And we hop, step, and jump. And there we go.
Just ignore the signage on the side of the pit there, because they are definitely jumping more than 5 meters.
That will be hard to catch the perfect length now from us.
I mean, I'm not sure if the officials, maybe they have moved them to add 10 meters to everything. So when they land on the 5 meter mark, that will actually be 15 meters, which
would be a very smart move. Looks also possible to me, since his personal best is 14:28 and he stayed a little under, or quite under a 15 meter mark. Besides all that, it's another great day here at the Liese Prokop Memorial. To those who have watched maybe previous live streams here or have been here many times as an athlete or as a fan, weather and conditions are usually pretty good here in St. Pölten, which is also an event where most athletes usually like to come. And just from the remembrance, from the memory, they always have two incredibly good performances today. This is still, maybe missing a little bit. We had great short hurdle performances, both in men's and women's, but this super explosion, I believe it's going to come later up in the very sprint finals. It was already better by Michael Holloway, 24-year-old American.
So if those marks are as we stated, that should be up over the 15. And just for you, he's a man going with the 2-shoe technique.
In the meantime, the manager of Victoria Hudson, I contacted him. Let's see if we get an answer on the 2-shoe thing. Also, if you would like to give us some input on this one, Liese Prokop Memorial, the Instagram channel, give us some knowledge about this maybe. But maybe it's something that's coming back also. I believe most athletes do not use it. Two different kind of shoes in whatever discipline, but some do. So at the end of the day, it's a personal preference thing.
I'm sure if you go back and look at some videos of the old days
of you throwing 80 meters with the jab,
Sotomayor, high jumping and stuff, I'm pretty sure that there's a high possibility that he'll have different shoes on.
Pavel Halatek from the Czech Republic, first attempt not went as well as he wanted it. And Mike Holloway as well as Felix Schulchik with an invalid performance in the first attempt. Okay, we are going with Titi Anang from Australia. A quick jump, but especially the jump, the third one. The very end was not well enough, but because it should have been a valid one. Close maybe, from this point of view. Should be enough for a lead though.
It's definitely the landing lead leaves a lot to be desired for. Not quite sure if he's quite lost balance in the landing of the second phase there and didn't quite have that push off that he wanted to get into the sand pit.
But other than in the long jump events, where you could see the athletes, they were asking and wanting the cheer and the applaud of the audience. It's not happening here. Do you think it's a thing that
Holloway went for it, the American? I mean, but do you expect that from the American athletes? But I think we'll wait and see what happens with the rest of them. Maybe this is a first jump, they're getting into their rhythm, and in the second round they're going to start asking for some crowd involvement. But
there are always like a few top world-class athletes that want complete silence, which is also always interesting at big championships. If the whole stadium is like calming down when there is a triple jump coming up, maybe for a gold medal, or when there's a high jump. I love it.
And it's become a common thing now, this clapping and getting behind the athletes. So when the athletes are at the top of their mark, the spectators start clapping anyway a lot of the time, and the athletes then, it's very strange to see them trying to quieten them down and tell them to not clap or to be quiet.
Well, a historic question for you, Dave, or to everybody out there who has maybe followed track for decades right now. When has the clapping in long jump, in high jump, in triple jump, when has it started? I mean, was it back like this in the 80s, 70s? Was it in the 50s already?
No, I don't think so.
Interesting point. Maybe we're going to get some answers over our Instagram channel, Liese Prokop Memorial. Give us some answers, because I believe it's not always been there. I don't believe it's been there in the 50s. Maybe in the 60s in Mexico City Olympics, clapping.
I think it's even later than
later?
That. Yeah. I mean, it's definitely later from the athletes asking for it. And again, maybe it was some voluntary clapping or some cheering going on, but the athletes actually standing there and facing the crowd and getting the clapping going, I'm pretty sure that was a lot later.
It's anyways interesting to talk about how the situation, how the crowd was back in the days when there was no speakers, when there was no music going on. Was it silent? Was it not at all? Because people maybe didn't even know who the athletes are who were performing.
I actually saw some footage of some Austrian athletics a few weeks ago during the Goetzes multi-event competition. When there was a bit of a break and thing, they had on the television a historic, some historic sports, and athletics was the one. So it was back when they were high jumping and pole vaulting just into sand pits, and there was
in the 20s and 30s.
Yeah, even the 50s. And then there was some competitions from Vienna where they were competing in the Stadthalle. They had a meeting.
They set up the surface.
They had a meeting 1 year in the Stadthalle, and then the year after was the Austrian Championships in the Stadthalle, which is something I knew nothing about.
I mean, I knew they had the European Indoor Champs once there.
Yes, and the year before they just had a meeting there.
With the artificial track.
So I'm not sure if they left it there for a year or half a year, depending on the dates, or if they completely rebuilt it twice. But it was interesting, and even some of the outdoor meetings in the Prater Stadium, it was back then. These stands were full. They were running on the cinder track, the dirt tracks, but all the grandstands were full with people in suits.
The officials.
No,
there was like a
spectators.
The
spectators, yes.
That's something
that you'd never see these days, you know.
Later, back to our podcast talk here with Uwe Holle and David Pölten. The competition goes finally on here. Lasha Gulelauri from Georgia with his first valid jump, and it was a good one already. 16:10 maybe, but here is the 110-meter hurdles final, and we told you we had great performances in the women's and also on the men's side here. But here is the final, and you see here on the inner lane from Portugal, his teammate already won the 400-meter hurdles. That was Baranga. Now it's Abdelkader Larinaga representing Portugal, who was just outside a little bit of the top three in this first heat. Then we've got Max Hursten from the United States, making it here on lane number 2. 13:56 already this season, but now it's perfect condition. It's the final. The crowd is hyped up. Let's see how good they can perform. On the next side to him, Samuel Bennett, maybe a race favorite as well. The 24-year-old British athlete with an all-time PB of 13:45. And Enzo Diesel.
13:54 in his heat.
Well, we're getting closer.
Some of those heat times as well as we go along.
And we had a little bit too much wind, maybe also for him. Now let's see how Enzo Diesel, the best Austrian and the Olympionique athlete, is going to perform today. 21 years of age, and he wants to win here, of course, in front of the home crowd.
13:38 in his heat.
His biggest opponent, Antonio Alcana, the South African, who's been there for a long time now, 35 years of age, and still the African record holder with 13:11.
Yeah, 13:68 for his heat.
Stanislav Stankov from Bulgaria. Actually, a little underestimated. His performance was way better than expected. Balint Selic, the only Hungarian to advance to the final. And on the outside, 21-year-old Stefan Stefko. He's also already qualified for the under-23 championships from the European side in Berg. But I believe, David, it will be a duel between the lanes 4 and 5.
I wouldn't discount lane 3 either. Samuel Bennett with a very fast time in the heats.
First of all, I think the wind is good right now, as we had not seen too much wind, I think, within the triple jumpers.
I was about to check on the triple jump results, actually, and try to find what the wind has been in the last few jumps. Yes, it's just under the 1 second. So there'll be a slight tailwind, but nothing to cause any problems.
It's 4:30 in the evening almost. It calms down a little bit, maybe with the wind. Very good for the 110-meter hurdles races.
So once again, 3, 4, and 5 are the lanes. Look out for. That's the 3 athletes you can see on your screen now.
13:40. Personal best here of lane 4 of the Austrian. On his right side, the South African, the African record holder. On his left, British Samuel Bennett.
13:27, the automatic qualifying for the World Championships.
A good start from the Austrian. Alcana is a little back. Bennett is also on there. But it may be a win from the beginning to the start for Austria's Enzo Diesel, who is coming to his final meters for another great time of 13:21. And if this is a true time, we have a world standard, since the wind condition is 1.6 meters. Congratulations. Here we've got here the standard. And welcome to the World Championships in Tokyo, Enzo Diesel.
Look at his face. Look at the reaction. He can't believe it himself. Hand to the face, hands on his head. He's going to celebrate big time. 13:21. He's just elevated himself into world-class hurdling.
And this is next level. 13:20, 13:21. They're going to switching over here a little bit to look out for the official time at the very end. These are his both coaches, Christoph Ranz and Beate Hochleitner. And they have pushed this Styrian to the next level here. At the fastest track for hurdlers in the world. I keep telling this every year. And of course, he's not only motivating the crowd, also the women's, I guess, or I'm pretty sure actually, that they will perform well.
I predicted the hurdles were going to be the races of the meet. After the heats, I really thought the women's hurdle is going to be the race of the meet. But now, to produce this time, I mean, it's going to be hard to top now for the athletes coming up.
13:20 is the official winning time of Austria's Enzo Diesel here. The first world-class performance that we're seeing here at the Liese Prokop Memorial. And what a joy for him, his friends and family and surroundings. I've seen him practicing all winter season long, and now he's showing up with greatness. Because remember, at the World Indoor Championships, he fell over the hurdles. And now he's back, I think, in his 3rd or 4th race of the season with a standard for the World Championships. And of course, from now on, he can easily think through his direction to Tokyo.
Well, that's exactly right now. I mean, the qualification standard is out of the road. He can now set the trainings program and everything based on the World Championship race. He doesn't have to chase these times. All he has to worry about is to consistent run these times and even improve on these times.
And this is what a meeting here in Austria needs. You need those one or two shocking great moments, those shocking performances in a race like this in order, of course, to get so many things back. 13:20 for Enzo Diesel, 13:46 a season best for the African record holder Antonio Alcana. Samuel Bennett, 13:52. Max Hurston, 13:65. Balin Celic, 13:78. Abdelkader Larinaga, 13:83. Stanislav Stankov, 13:93. And Stepan Stevko, 14:04.
Absolutely sensational running there. And as you said, you called it from the start. The start was absolutely brilliant. He got over that first hurdle, first place, and it was catch me if you can to the other athletes. And fortunately for Enzo, they couldn't catch him as he just ran away from them, producing that new personal best time and World Championship qualification standard time of 13:20.
So Austria finally has its fifth athlete that will be competing in the mid towards the end of September at the World Champs. Plus, of course, one of his goals that will be up next, Dave, is the Austrian record. It stands at 13:14. Well, I believe he can break it also this year. Because this time of 13:20, that might be an opener for him to perform in a Diamond League meet, for example.
Yes. And I mean, as you see there, it's just coming over the third hurdle. He's already in front. The athletes around him are clashing into hurdles. He had a very clean race. He touched those last 2 liters. So the last 3 hurdles he hit very slightly. First 7 hurdles, very clean over it. And then watch for the reaction. Look, he can't believe it. There we go. He's seen the time. There is the reaction, and there he's with the coaches.
Based in the city of Graz, where he's practicing and performing at the athletic center in Graz-Eggenberg. Most of the time, of course, many training camps are there as well.
I mean, not only, as you said, it opens up some doors for some more international races, but I haven't seen the events yet, but the next big meet, the silver meeting in Eisenstadt, has always been a good meeting for the hurdlers as well. So that could be another chance for him to run a very good and very fast time in front of the local home crowd.
13:20 it is at the end of the day. We're going to talk about it later, of course. Well, back to the two-shoe topic, let's call it. It's Mike Holloway in his second attempt in the triple jump, and I hope also that the energy is coming a little bit over now to the athletes.
Exactly. That was an invalid attempt, unfortunately. Maybe he has got some energy and went a bit quicker on the runway than he intended to. But we have to keep an eye on this triple jump, because as you said, there could be, or hopefully there is, a record attempt for the Austrian record in this event.
That would, of course, be a great thing here for Andy Kingley, who has had already his first attempt, but did not go as planned. Was an invalid jump. Was this hurdle result already the performance of the day, or we're going to keep on seeing something? I believe coming up in a few minutes, we're going to see 2 or 3 PBs, because conditions are just perfect right now, and I hope they're going to have the slides tailwind also later on when we're just going into the heats of men's and women's 100 meters.
The only problem we could have is 3 athletes very close to each other. So the pressure of having someone right next to you, can they still run their race as they want to, or will the concentration be on more of beating this person, the pressure of the person next to me? They're not relaxed, they're not going through. It's going to be a very close race going on the heat times. So can they push each other to a fast time, or will they distract each other from running a fast time?
They will show us on the track. I mean, we've seen this in major events also back in the days. I remember Darren Robles or Liu Xiang. They were touching each other while going over the hurdles, and one, of course, does not benefit from it. Tete Anang from Australia, second attempt. It takes a little time, I believe, before they can start jumping every time.
Sometimes the athletes are just, they're ready to jump, and once the athlete before them has finished, they stand up on the runway. But of course the athlete has to finish their jump that's before them. They have to measure that jump. They then have to rake the sand pit and get everything ready. So depending on the athlete, some wait till they get their name called out, then they have that minute. Some stand there and have that bit longer on the runway.
He's running into his first hop. Around the 1550 meter mark so far. Lashagule Lauri, the only one of the top athletes so far with a solid performance of 15 meters 88. 2 Olympic appearances without a single jump.
That's a
I looked it up today.
Extraordinary fact.
I looked it up in the morning at World Athletics and I was like, I can't believe it.
If I saw that, I would have double checked and triple checked, and that's unbelievable.
I've single checked it.
Yeah.
Maybe it's wrong. I don't know. Let us know. Track family of Georgia. Only one of the few athletes that are on the European tour, maybe from Georgia. I know they do not have a lot, but it's always important. No, that's also the beauty actually of track. From every country almost in the world, there is one pretty good athlete at least. It makes the sport so nice.
Yes.
Coming up, actually, while triple jump is going up, within the next few minutes should be the women's 100-meter hurdles finals. And Karin Strametz, the Austrian favorite in this race, is actually in the same club even with Enzo Diesel. They have known each other from childhood on, and she was the fastest in the heats. He bounces to the 60-meter mark, I believe, at least. The Georgian.
Invalid, that jump. Overstepped the mark on takeoff. But he looks to be jumping not bad. I mean, he's thereabouts around that 16-meter mark. So hopefully that's enough to then push the local athletes to greater heights and towards that Austrian record.
And I believe also, back one more time to the 110-meter hurdle time of Enzo Diesel. I guess it was the fastest time of a European under-23 runner this season, which also puts him into the favorite position for gold.
Yes.
I mean, he already won the under-20 championship gold. It would be a nice follow-up for him.
Exactly, and he, what is Enzo? Is only 21 years old, so he has, well, another year, but he doesn't have another championship in him. So it would be good then to slowly build on this collection of gold medals at European Championships.
And now he has 2 major championships this year, 3 actually with the indoor season.
Yes.
And 2 more chances to perform big and well.
Oh, that also looked like he went over the mark.
Not the competition so far of Gabriel Malmark from Sweden. We're in the second round of attempts in the men's long jump. 8 competitors. The next and the last one will actually be the, you can call him almost Austrian record holder with the second best all-time performance. Just Alfred Stummer, who is the Austrian record holder since the year of 1988. And actually, if you ever have looked at Austrian records in athletics, there are a couple of performances from back in the 80s.
Yes. But fact that when I first came over to Austria, I actually did a competition with Alfred. He organized a pentathlon in Vienna. It was after the Austrian age group record, and I got invited to compete in that competition with him. So it was quite good to speak and get to know Alfred a little bit.
And Diras Kingley is moving towards the right way. That was for sure way better than his first attempt, and I believe we're going somewhere in the 1620s here with this jump. Hits the board pretty well. And also the rest technically was pretty fine already. A little bit more risk, and he knows that he's in the shape, of course, for the Austrian record of 16:57. But now, Dave, a race we're all looking forward to. We had a great male performance. What's going to come up now?
I think it's going to be even better. I'm not quite sure the times will be as good, but I think the actual racing is going to be unbelievable. But speaking of the times, we would be looking for a 12:73. I mean, that is a big jump in hurdling terms to go from a 12.9 to a 12.7. But let's see what happens.
100-meter hurdles women's finals. Nicoleta Turnerova from the Czech Republic on the inner lane. Milica Emini, who was also performing very well in the first out of 2 heats, gets to the lane number 2 right now. Nika Glonaric, the Slovenian, she got close to her personal best in the heat. 12.95 season best with a 12.92 all-time best. They all know something is possible here and right now. Also for Karin Stramitz, her personal record is 12.87. She of course wants to make it to the World Championships in Tokyo. 12.73. If she goes all out, full risk, and has the perfect day, maybe the day of her life, it's possible. But also, she wants to win. And Rosina Schneider, very talented young German athlete, just 21 years of age, also almost PR'd in the heat with 12.94. 12.89 is her personal record. Gabriella Cunningham, the United States athlete, is here with us as well, 27 years of age. 12.53 she already performed a few years ago. 13.07 in the heats, season best for her as well.
I wouldn't count her out. I mean, we've said the other 3 were running extremely good, but someone of that caliber, I mean, she's only 27 years old, so she'd still be in the peak form of her life. So I don't be surprised if she comes into the mix as well.
And Mia Wild, 13.10 personal best, and Petra Repassi, 13.18. First of all, I believe this is the best hurdles field Austria has ever seen.
It has to be. I mean, you've just had 3 women run under 13 seconds in the heats. You throw in Cunningham, who is a 12.53 at best. There's a couple of others. Emini has under 13 seconds. They're all in the one race. You could get 4 or 5 people under the 13-second barrier here.
And once again, 12.73 for a direct qualification for the World Champs. In the men's heat, we had 13.38 with 3 meters tailwind. In the final, we had less wind and a faster time.
Yes.
Something is possible here in St. Pölten.
So it's basically the perfect warm-up. They get to come out, they warm up, they race 100%, they give everything, and it's only an hour later they get to go again. So they're all primed, they're ready to run, and let's hope these women can put on a just as good a race as the men's did.
A good start for all of them. Karin Stramitz, the Austrian, is also leading. Cunningham not doing too bad. The Slovenian is also there, but the Austrian is leading. She has to make it through. Cunningham is still there, but the Austrian makes it with a time of 12.78. Great performance of Karin Stramitz from Austria.
1.6 wind again, so it's another legal time. 12.81, it's now been fixed up to, but 12.81 with 1.6.
There we've got it. First of all, a huge PR of the 27-year-old Austrian, who will try to make it maybe next time directly to the world standards. But this is, of course, a great time of her as well. And she represents once again the same club as Enzo Diesel from the men's 110-meter hurdles race. Another PR for her, also on her home track, the place where she practices here right now. And with the gentleman in the red shirt, that's her coach, Philipp Onfried. Great jobs here.
We did say at the start of the day that Stramitz has only had these 3 or 4 races, but each race she's improved. She went into the heats, improved again, running under 13 seconds, come to the final, once again improved. So a great start to the season from Karin Stramitz.
And because, of course, they have switched directions here, the athletes sometimes do not look there where to look for their time. So they might hear it in the background, but they might see it. And I think they do not immediately realize what's going on when they don't see the time on the screen.
but also the finish line. Normally you come to the finish line, there's the lane numbers are in the finish line, then there's a line. They're going the other direction. All they have is basically a line across. So it's very strange to then finish somewhere where you're not used to.
And the others were not too far behind, so it might still be possible that once we get the times here and the results, that somebody else has also performed great. But Cunningham, she definitely improved.
She definitely improved. And you have to also remember that Schneider is currently, she's only 20 at the moment, turns 21 later this year. And also in the field, Mia Wild is only 18 at the moment, turning 19 later on in the year. So,
and I forgot one thing, Dave. That's a new national record, of course, as well from Karin Strammetz. She broke Beate Taylor's time, the time of the meeting director here, by 100ths of a second.
I mean, what a perfect time to do it. It's the meeting director has set up this competition, got the good hurdle races, and she breaks the record of the meeting director at her event.
Big congratulations of her. She has worked for these moments for so long. Second place for Rosina Schneider from Germany, 12:89. Nika Glojnaric from Slovenia, 12:92. Gabriella Cunningham, 12:96. Milica Emini, 13.00. Mia Wild, 13:14. Nicoletta Turnerova, 13:15. And Petra Repasi, 13:33. What a density in this women's field.
So we have 5 athletes at either 13:0 or less.
That's absolutely stunning. 1.6 meters, tailwind, everything perfect and legal here in the short hurdle races.
So that is Schneider. They're obviously either training partners or knowing each other, but she's the 20-year-old, so Strammetz being congratulated by Dadic there, who was before in the javelin throw.
Well, we have seen one almost Austrian record in the 110-meter hurdles. We have seen a new Austrian national record in the women's 100-meter hurdles. We may be seeing another Austrian record in the men's triple jump. This would be triple great action here for the Austrian athletics, of course.
I believe about half an hour ago you did say that competitions have been good, but you're waiting for something special.
And now it's exploded.
Last 2 races, it has exploded. Plus we have the men's triple jump, which is starting just to warm up now. Things are getting better in that event as well. But you saw Strammetz, she got a good start, but it was these last 3 or 4 hurdles where she actually pulled away from the ones that were just next to her. You can see way in the background up near the start.
They have no idea what's going on here.
Idea. They look up and there's nothing. They turn around there. What's going on? What's going on? She turns around and looking at the screen, and then once they see the time, oh my God, look what we just did.
Yeah. Maybe for the event next time, set up a clock so athletes realize what's going on.
And there it is. That's Beate Taylor there, who just had her national record broken by Karin Strammetz.
Still has the indoor record though with a performance of 7:96.
Now the question will be for how long?
2026. Shall be answered by the next indoor season, but now we're just getting a little bit more into this season. Full gas for 2025. 3 months actually still, Dave, until the World Champs even start.
Yes.
There will be a break for the athletes in between, of course.
And they still have, the athletes still have till the 24th of August to qualify for those championships. So still a little bit of time for them to continue on with competitions and get closer to these standards.
For Austrian athletics, a day of celebration, 12:81. Not only a new personal best for Karin Strammetz, but also new national records for Rosina Schneider, for the young German athlete. Also a great day, 12:89. Puts her in a very good position for the European Champs.
Exactly. She'd have to go into one of the favorite roles there with a 12:89.
And Nika Glojnaric, a surprising performance of her, 12:92. More or less, I think, even equaled her PB. Gabby Cunningham, great comeback for her. She's probably going to put her time even more downwards in this season with 12:96. Plus,
6th place Mila Wild. She's still in the under 20 age groups. So she ran a 13:14. So she would be one of the top favorites for the under 20 European Championships now as well. So very good running from all involved in that 100-meter hurdle final.
And the under-20 European Champs are going to be held in Tampere, Finland from 7th to the 10th of August. As we continue, of course, with triple jump, which was interrupted during this finale session, we are also going to have next on our timetable and menu in around 10 minutes, women's 100 meters. Heats followed by men's heats, followed by discus throw, 800 meters. There's still much going on.
So let's see how Walmark can go. Last time he got the crowd behind him, he got a little bit too ambitious and had an invalid jump. He actually hasn't had a valid jump so far in his first 2 rounds. So, oh, that was also very close, but let's see what happens. No, they've got the measure stick in the sand there, so it looks like we will have a measurement this time from Gabriel Walmark. Mark is the current national indoor champion. Finished second in the under-23 European Championships in 2023, so is one of the quality jumpers of this meeting. Here is the Austrian Enderosas Kinley. And that's out there again around that 1640 mark, which he jumped in the second round. Very close to the board there, or the invalid area. Looks like it was okay. There's a 1635, so around about what he did jump, which is at 6 centimeters less. At least he's got some consistency happening now. So then in the last 3 rounds, let's hope he can just bring out that one big jump that's required for the Austrian record. So that's the halfway mark of the men's triple jump. So there'll be a slight break in proceedings as they then go through the results and reorder the athletes into a new jumping order.
And the Austrian just a fist width away from a new Austrian record.
And he seems very calm about it all too. He's not getting too excited and
focused.
Yes.
Women's Javelin is currently going on in the background with the victory ceremony. With a performance of a little over 59 meters, Victoria Hudson, the current European Championship gold medalist, won for the Austrian team here at her home competition. She's also going to be performing 2 times in Eisenstadt, 1 time at the Raiffeisen Open at the end of July and also at the very beginning of August at the National Champs.
Should she start off a good run for the Austrian athletes?
That's true, actually. That's where it all started. But let's have a listen and then later translate what the European gold medalist has to say.
Ich gehe noch was trinken, aber es stellt sich wahrscheinlich keiner her. Ich glaube, die Frau nicht.
St. Pölten wieder ein tolles Meeting. Letztes Jahr hast du auslassen müssen. Wie froh bist du, dass du wieder hier bei diesem Prokop jetzt dabei bist?
Ja, es war total schade. Ich habe letztes Jahr eben Probleme mit einem Unterdrücken gehabt und habe sich jetzt das Meeting auslassen müssen. Ja, freut mich natürlich voll, dass ich dieses Jahr wieder dabei sein kann. Das ist jedes Jahr und jedes Mal aufs Neue sehr cool. wenn die Familie, Freunde da sind und anfeuern und so ein schönes heimeliges Feeling da ist in St. Pölten. Es macht richtig Spaß zum Herzen.
Und wir hoffen natürlich, dass du in den nächsten Jahren auch wieder mit dabei bist. Vielen Dank und alles Gute für den nächsten
Just a few words on what Victoria Hudson just said. The Austrian, her shape is going a little upwards. She was around more or less pleased with the performance of 59 point something today. She's going to perform well, hopefully, in the next competitions. Most important thing is, of course, to stay injury-free, since the World Championships are, of course, the most important competition for her coming up, in which she still needs a direct qualification. 64.00 meters is the mark, or to make it into the top 33 of the ranking. There's no real break coming up, since the men's triple jump is continuing with the fourth round of attempts. Andreas Gamsjäger from Austria, 13.19, is up next, trying to improve his performance of 13.19 from round number 1. 15.05 would be a qualification for him, a possible one to advance to the Under-20 European Championships in Tampere, which is actually the event you can qualify for in the youth competition the longest, until the 27th of July. It's time to make a standard. Coming up in a few minutes on the track is actually the heats in the women's 100 meters, set up for 5:05. It might be that there might be a slight delay in this, but no worries. We already had 2 world-class performances here. Let's see what's still to come. Another wind, as you can see, we've been covering here since 1 p.m, almost for 4 hours. It's slowing down a little bit, but this is exactly, of course, what the event managers here wanted a little bit, since we got the 800 meters later on coming up as well. If you want to make best conditions here, very athlete-centered and athlete-focused, you have to start earlier here with the meet. Even though it's around 28 to 29, maybe 30 degrees, even you have to make it in the afternoon, since the wind is just a little slight stronger. Now you can see there will be no more 2 meters, maybe 3 meters per second tailwind, but rather around 0.5 to 1 meter, which is always optimal. It's always slight support. That's the most important thing. Continuously legal for the triple jumpers, for the short hurdlers, and coming up, of course, as well for the 100 meter sprinters. Women's already set up for the race, for the heats. We do have a little more here. Might be the biggest field of the day. Men's and women's, I think, both with 24 starters. That means we're gonna have 3 full heats in the women's 100 meters. Of course not with all the race favorites within 1 heat, but rather split up here a little bit. And thank you once again, and for the last time today, that so many people are watching us here. It's already a little bit after 5 p.m. in the evening. We've been covering for almost 4 hours since the sole competition of the women's long jumpers started. Now it's already 4 hours later, and we got 1 hour and 30 minutes more to cover. Probably the last event that will end today will be the men's discus throw, which is about to start in 50 minutes. Start doing the warm-up, of course, in a few minutes. Well, might be another small interruption of the men's triple jump, as we're moving to the first heat out of 3 for women's 100 meters.
As we can see, we have 3 heats we will have of the women's 100 meters. So with the first heat there, the Austrian athlete Nadine Werabisch in lane 1. Lane 2, Amy Bell-Gribecki from Slovakia. Lenke Kovakovikova, also from Slovakia, in lane 3. Magdalena Lindau the big favourite from the Austrian point of view, will start in lane 4. Christiane Williams from Jamaica in lane 5. Agate Salarova in lane 6. Katharine Stadler in 7. And Leah Marie Clem will be in the outside lane, lane number 8. We have a stadium record of 11:17. So that's something for the athletes to aim for. So from left to right, Rurabish, Rebecki, Kavakovikova, Linda, Williams, Salarova, Stadler and Clem. We're set for the first heat of the women's 100 metres. It's a clean start for all athletes, but with eyes focused towards the centre of the track where it is Linda and Williams. But Williams is the one leading the way, and it will be Christiane Williams to take the race win from Magdalena Linda in unofficial time of 11:31. And as predicted by my co-commentator, we do have a wind of around 1.3 metres per second tailwind, so absolutely ideal for these sprinters. If the races from before anything to judge by, this will basically be the warm-up for these sprinters. So they come out, strut their stuff, and then come back later on and run even faster. But good first run there, so unofficially 11:31. Christiane Williams, the Jamaican athlete. That would be a new season's best for her if confirmed. But there was a clean start from everybody. But once they got up and running, it was Williams that led the way in the centre of the field from Magdalena Linda there in lane 4.
Back to the triple jump competition. Lashaguli Lauri from Georgia, second position right now. Not gonna get measured this time. He stays with 15:88 and only has 2 attempts left. It will get a little exciting, and we shall see if Indira's Kingley, the Austrian triple jumper, will be here up next on screen, or if they're gonna do the 100 meters. But seems like we're gonna have a glance at him. 16:41 is his best mark in this competition. 16:48 is his personal best. 16:47 is the Austrian record for more than 37 years. Is he about to break it with his hop, step and jump? Not this time. He needs the perfect condition, of course. He needs the perfect technique in order to realize it.
I think he may have even gone over the mark there. Could be why he bailed out.
Just saying, wind would have been perfect. 1.9.
It was very close, so it could have been alright, but he just lost control on the landing there of that first phase. And you can see he slightly went to the side, so as you're saying, he needs everything perfect. So we're getting ready now for the second heat of this women's 100 meter race.
With Alexandra Burkhardt actually on the screen, one of the few athletes in the world that has medaled in both Summer and Winter Olympics in the two-woman bobsleigh, yes, plus in the 4x100 meter relay in Summer Olympics.
She'll be probably the clear favourite in this race, so keep your eyes out for lane number 5 in this second heat. As we take you through there, it's Melissa Pluta in lane number 1. She has a personal best of 12:16. Emma Bendova is in lane number 2. She has a personal best of this season at 11:91. Justina Scotti, the Hungarian athlete, season's best 11:76. Delia Farajpour from Slovakia. She has a personal best this season of 11:50. Once again, there is Alexandra Burkhardt. See a very tall athlete there. The German athlete, 11:27 season's best, but a personal best of 11:01. So still has a little bit to give there. Next to her, Chloe Rabach from Switzerland. She has ran 11:70 so far this season. In lane 7, Nina Meyerhofer from Austria. Personal best of 11:93. And in the lane number 8, Magdalena Lang, another Austrian. Personal best this season of 12:38. Once again, eyes on the tall athlete there in lane number 5, Alexander Burkett. So from the inside of the track, Pluta, Bendova, Schotti, Farajpour, Burkhardt, Rabach, Meyerhofer and Lang on the outside. We're set now, and we're away in the second heat of the women's 100-meter race. As predicted, it is in the middle lanes. It is Burkhardt in lane 5, but she didn't have it her own way, and coming through strongly there on her inside was Farajpour, the Slovakian. 11:36 unofficially, with 1.6 meter tailwind. So that could be close to another personal best for the Slovak athlete there. And Delia Farajpour coming in second place. But in the end, it was Alexander Burkhardt in lane 5 that will take the win. Just outside her season's best so far, but she'll be looking to improve on that in the final coming up in around an hour's time. So we will have one more heat of the women's 100 meters.
Plus, we will have 2 more attempts in the triple jump. Well, we have not received actually the rules on how to advance for the final, but I believe it's the top 2 plus the 2 fastest of all the 3 races.
That would seem logical. I mean, I think that's the rules for that when there is 3 heats, I think. I'm actually, just like you, I think the triple jump is about to explode. Something is going to happen. I'm liking the form of the Austrian athlete, and I'm sure something big is going to happen.
He needs full risk, and he needs the almost perfect jump. I mean, he's in the shape for it, 9 centimeters. You can really try to find it like a needle in the somewhere, but a few centimeters away from the record that has been standing for quite some time. It's the result here of the second heat. We will see Alexandra Burkhardt and Delia Farajpour, the Slovakian and the German, directly are in the final later on. And this is going to happen for the women's field at 6:20, for the men's field at 6:30. Then we're still going to have the 800 meters, women starting in 40 minutes, plus discus throw in around 15 minutes. Tay Tianang, the Australian triple jumper, yeah, he has had one great jump with 1550, but he's not so much into it yet. He's not running the way he wants it. You know, of course, he can perform close to 16 meters on a good day, but he has not found his form and the stay so far here on this beautiful, actually Thursday afternoon. It's a holiday in Austria, the 19th of June, 2025. Gabriel Wallmark And from Sweden, 50.65 so far, which is the third place at the moment. Had many competitions already over the 16-meter mark, and today also. It's not really working for him, or not working out at all. He's got one more left later on. Wind conditions, it's not about this, they are almost perfect. Cannot complain about this. Well, I guess we're gonna go into another short break before Gule Lauri and Kingler coming up, since heat number 3 in the women's 100 meter is up.
See on your screen Manasova there. She will start from lane number 5. She's the fastest athlete on paper. The athletes next to her there. Let's give you a quick update starting from lane number 1. Karolina Jasaka from Austria. Joni Tomicic-Prejec in lane number 2. Patricia Bruninger in lane 3. Alina Schönhardt in 4. Karolina Manasova, who we saw before, in lane 5. Victoria Wilhuber in lane number 6. Maxima Kraus in 7. And Sandra Eigner in lane number 8. A couple of the younger Austrian athletes in this race. Bruninger is only 18. Eigner in the outside lane is currently in the under 18 age category. Some up and coming sprinters. But keep your eye on lane number 5. Athlete from the Czech Republic. So get away to a clean start there. And it is Karolina Masanova, 11:31 unofficial. So this is setting up a very good final coming up later in the day.
They look pretty smooth, actually.
She was never headed. She got out of the blocks very well, and it's only the finish line to run for.
Hopefully switching over to triple jump, since Indiras Kingley, the Austrian, is in his 5th out of 6 attempts, aiming for the Austrian record in the background. The triple jump.
Of course, he's currently leading the competition with his second round attempt of 16:41, but it's that Austrian record that we're chasing.
Well, unfortunately, not getting in the footage of this. (16:26) though is his performance.
Still ideal conditions with a 1.2 meter tailwind. So as long as he can put everything together now on that last jump, he still has that chance to get that Austrian record, which we're chasing. Let's see on the screen, it's Manasova there, who did win with 11:31. So it sets up a very good final with a lot of the athletes around that 11:3 time.
And we're going into the final round of triple jumps. 6th and last attempt. Andreas Gamsiger, the Austrian, is opening 2 marks with 13 meters and 90 centimeters. Yeah, he already seems a little weakened down here from all the competition. Yeah, that was it for him. He will take home the 8th place and a mark of 13 meters and 90. Within the next 5 minutes or so, she'll also be seeing 3 heats in the men's 100 meters, also including the Austrian record holder over the 100 meters, Markus Fuchs. Will be later on in the second out of 3 heats.
We're looking for a season's best from Fuchs. I mean, he has only had the 1 race back from injury. So to get through that race would give him a bit of confidence that everything's okay again and get back into the competition and racing atmosphere. So I'm expecting a season's best from him, especially with these conditions that we have at the moment.
And for the upcoming 3 or 4 triple jumpers, they will not be involved with winning this event, but the last 3, I believe, still can make something about it, especially Lashagule Lauri, who is, I mean, behind Indira Kingley clearly for 60 centimeters, but he can always pop out one big jump. And for the Austrian, of course, who will be there at the very end in around 6 to 7 minutes, he will be jumping again, trying to make the big points for maybe making it to the World Champs. And he needs 3-4 similar performances still, plus going for the Austrian record. Felix Schulchik, the Austrian, with his last jump will not be an improvement either. Will stay with 14 meters 23. Also in the women's 100 meters, David, we have not seen a clear favorite.
No, if we take the winners from the 3 heats, we had a 11:31, 11:31 and 11:36. So it's going to be anyone's race come to the final. Not forgetting we had Farajpour with an 11:42 running a personal best, so she's in career best form, and then just behind her was Magdalena Linda with 11:44, and she'll have the home crowd behind her in the final. So it's looking for a great race come that 100 meter women's final. Of course, we will have an A and a B final, so there will be 2 races of those finals, but it is that A final that we're really looking forward to.
Mike Holloway from the United States performed not too well today. He will stay with a mark around 14 meters and 70. Cannot perform at the moment any better, but actually I guess most viewers that know him expected a little more from the athlete of the United States of America. Still left here in the 6th attempt, Pavel Halatek, Titi Anang, Gabriel Walmak, Lashagule Lauri, and finally the Austrian, Indira Kingley in the triple jump. Clapping off here a little bit with former Olympic champion and world champion Christian Taylor, who, as we numerous times already mentioned, works now with or for the Austrian Athletics Federation. Also, officially now living in Austria. Not part of the Gators anymore. Not part of Florida. Welcome to Europe, welcome to Austria, we can always say. Pavel Halatek.
I'm sure it's once a Gator, always a Gator.
Once an Aussie, always an Aussie, yeah. Do you think so as well?
Exactly. I still turn up with my hat, my Aussie crocodile, kangaroo leather, should I say? Kangaroo leather Aussie hat.
2 different shoes.
No.
We had this before.
You have to compete to worry about what shoes you have.
Pavel Halatek also stays with 14.92. Trying to take a little risk, of course, on the board to get there as close as possible, but a little too close. No more good performance possible for him. One will not be measured. So we've got 4 more jumpers left, probably before we then go into the men's 100 meter heats. Titi Anang, 4th place at the moment with 15 meters 50.
His last 3 rounds have been invalid, so let's hope he can fix that run-up problem up on this last attempt.
No.
But no, it's well over.
And no podium for him today. A little bit of prize money he will still take back home or wherever he's going with the upcoming meets. 4th place for Titi Anang. And Gabriel Walmark will be next. I believe you said this before, he was once the under-20 world champion.
Yes, that's correct. He was the under-20 world champion in 2021. He was also 2nd place in the under-23 Euro Championships in 2023.
Hasn't it found its feet yet. 15.65 last one. That was also a little bit too much.
Let's grab his hamstring there, back of his leg. Let's hope everything's okay.
In the whole field, out of the 8 jumpers in men's triple jump, only the Austrian Andreas Kingley, in my opinion, has performed well so far.
Everything has been a bit below par. Yeah, as you can see there, once he landed, he lost all momentum.
And Lasha Gulli-Lauri has actually gotten already out of competition, which means it's his last attempt now to go for another national record of Austria. He has already performed 16.41 in the second attempt, 16.48 this season, which is his PB, 16.57 for his record. Let's see how it goes here for Andreas Kingley.
I'm liking the look of that. It was a valid jump. He's not quite sure. It looks like he's just a bit short again, but each phase looked really nice then. It was a solid jump.
It would be, of course. The icing on the cake. If we could break it. It was a jump, in my opinion, close.
Oh, look, he didn't touch the ball. He's lost 20 centimeters there. Have a look.
I think 16.27 it is at the very end of the day. This means 16.41 is his best mark of the day. Another great performance. If he can perform like this for a few more times, this shall be enough actually to make it to the World Championships to Tokyo. But still 16 centimeters are left and the record from 1988 still stands.
He gave that away on the board then. That was possibly a biggest jump seen in Austria, but obviously it doesn't get measured from where you jump from, so it'll only go down as at 16.21.
And athletes also don't want it this way. They want the board.
Yes.
They need the strict line. This would change the sport otherwise. That was triple jump. We're back with 100 meters. 3 heats for the men this time. We do have Mikael Magyarian from Austria, Jakub Nemec from Slovakia, Kobe Hilton from the United States. This is Lukas Pulnik. Also back this season, 10.58 last week at the regional championships. And then on the outside, we do have Jan Volko, who is the clear favorite, but has not raced this season yet in the 100 meters. We shall see how he is doing in this race.
I can update you on that on the 17th of June. So a few days ago, he ran a 10.29.
And this is good. This still makes him the race favorite here in this one. Felix Lang from Austria is here as well, who PR'd with 10.74, and Niklas Faas from Austria 10.96 as his season best. Here we go, fastest Austrian in this heat, lane 5, Lukas Pulnik, and the fastest overall in this heat, lane 6 so far, Jan Volko, Slovakia. And the wind slowed down a little bit, but also, Dave, we have seen great 100-meter performances here in the previous years.
We have, yes. I mean, the sprints, hurdles, and the women's sprints have all been very impressive so far, so let's hope the men can continue that on.
Good start from everybody. But Jan Volko from Slovakia already off by just a tiny bit. Also here we have the American, who's also way faster at the moment, Kobe Hilton, 10.24. That's already a sign for the final, and he was not doing or getting the best out of the blocks, but then he performed well towards the second half of the race.
It was a very impressive second half of the race. He came through and won quite easily in the end. I mean, we're expecting Volko to get a good start. I mean, he was the European champion indoors back in 2019, so over the 60 meters. So his starts are going to be good, but that was extremely impressive in the latter part of the race there from Kobe Hilton.
But also here, what we saw in the second row should be a few times in between 240, 250, and the 260 region maybe. I believe someone has at least PR'd here in this first out of 3 heats. Coming up within the next one actually will be the Austrian record holder Markus Fuchs as well. But Kobe Hilton already putting out, some signs that he is the one who also wants maybe to win here. with the 2:24 in the heats here. Plus, and I can confirm that as well, great performance by Lukas Pulnik from Carinthia. Another record, 10:42. A Corinthian record and a huge PR for him. And of course, with this performance, we must see him in the final in the A or in the B. So congratulations on the Corinthian, 10:42. This is actually setting Markus Fuchs under pressure, I tell you.
Well, as you said, he's coming back from injury, and he's, I mean, it doesn't matter if you're injured or what's going on, you always want to be the number one from your country, especially with the history. He has 9 times national champion he is, so he doesn't want to be giving that up easily.
And also, the other Austrians in the field, Felix Lang with 10:70. Personal best, Michael Magyarian from Vienna, also 10:74 a PB. Once again here, the results of the triple jump. Indiras Kingley 16:41, Lascia Gulilauri 15:88, and Gabriel Wallmark 15:65. Medley event proves to be the best amongst short sprinters especially. It's a fast track. They're setting it up fast. They do everything it takes so athletes have the best experience at the end, performance as well. This is Markus Fuchs, the Austrian. He's been in all the major championships. Has not performed too well actually, not at all at the Olympic Games. Has had a few struggles with injuries as well over the winter season, and now he's back 10:56 last week. And today he wants to go faster. I'm not even sure if he knows that one of his Austrian teammates, Lukas Pulnik, just performed 10:42. But with the current conditions, I believe he can also run this fast. One of the few sprinters who is actually not using the tights, but these type of shorts.
Yes, the more the bike pants shorts, and he's a more long distance runner shorts style on. But Fuchs normally a good starter, so be looking for him in lane 5 to get out from the blocks in front of his fellow competitors.
A few years ago he set the Austrian record right here on this track. 10:08 it was, which is also the stadium record. So no one ever has broken the 10-second barrier here in St. Pölten. Maybe this year, I'm not sure if we quite have the field for this, but maybe in the upcoming years. And we shall see. From the left to the right, we've got Julian Malischnik here from Austria on lane number 2. From Vienna, he is actually Thomas Lijak from the Czech Republic in the 3rd lane. Well, then we have missing lane number 4, but Markus Fuchs, the Austrian record holder, he is here in his first race in Austria this outdoor season on the track where he ran the record. Season best last week of 10:56. I'm sure he can go way faster today. Carlo Marcius from Croatia, 10:62 this season and 10:42 all-time best, right beside the Austrian record holder. And a very strong and talented man is on the outside, lane number 7, representing the DSG Vienna, Nicolas Schwendt, born in 2009. There's a man here in the red jersey, 10:92 just a few weeks ago.
So he's having his first year in the under 18 category. It's also a wind assisted 7-meter long jump.
A very promising man for the future.
Yes.
We'll see where he goes. Long jump, sprint, maybe decathlon one day.
He started out as a bit of a multi-eventer. He hasn't done some of the events for a while, but he was quite talented at a few events, but now basically specializing long jump and the sprints.
But the favorite racer here in lane number 5, Markus Fast Fuchs from Austria, 10:08. 2 years ago here for the records, 10:56 last week. Now he wants to improve. Gets out of the blocks quickly. Good first 20 meters for him. He already is in front. Now let's see how his stamina is going. 9-10 seconds, 10:49. He improves it a little bit, wins his heats, but, and we have to say it, it was the second fastest time of an Austria in the heats.
But I think we need to take in consideration that he only ran 70 meters and celebrated the last 30 with hand in the air. He's just letting everybody know that he's back. He's good. He's feeling fine. Watch for him in the final.
I hope so. But still, of course, track and the entertainment needs this little bit of electricity in there.
But has he given up a good lane draw in doing so? Maybe he gets put into one of the outside lanes now if we get some fast runners in the last heat.
True thought. We shall see. The men's final will be one of the last or penultimate events, right, alongside with men's discus throw, coming up in exactly 55 minutes. Men's discus throw is the next event, which shall be starting within a few moments. A good start out of the blocks. Let's see. 80 meters. Yeah. Pushing it down a little bit. Maybe he can drop his time by 10 hundredths of a second, I would say more. 10:39 seems something like it's possible for him today.
Did see the Croatian, though, that started to slowly gain on him. But as I said, Marcus Fuchs is good at the start, and he clearly got away from the start blocks faster than the others, and then had the race under control and could basically do whatever he wanted then.
There's one heat left. The men's 100 meters. Before men's discus throw is about to start. There's a little delay in it for around 10 minutes or something, I would say. I guess they will not be starting before 5:45 since they are still in the middle of their warm-up throws alongside with the European Championship silver medalist Lukas Weisheidinger. Plus we got coming up in around 20 minutes women's 800 meter as well, with an Austrian athlete, Carolina Bredlinger, who has already gotten very close to the world standard of 1:59.00. She has just missed it by less than 1 second. Well, here is the last one to make it maybe towards the final, and almost exclusively heats set up with Austrian sprinters.
See there, Klaus Grumbart running just a few days ago, 5 days ago in fact, his personal best time, 10:49. So another one of the Austrians around this, just under the 10:50 mark. Can he join the other Austrians from the last two heats in producing a quick time and maybe making it into that A final?
Well, here it is, the last one. Let's see who we got here in the third heat. Julian Winkelmeier from Vienna. There is Gabriel Bornemann from Austria as well. Another club made of Enzo Diesel, the fast hurdler. Max Förster for the SVS Athletics. 10:68 this season. Armin Demo. Klaus Grumbart from the ÖTB Oberösterreich LA. 10:49 this season, which is already a personal best for him. And Vasily Klimov, a clubmate of Lukas Pulnik, who just performed 10:42, a Corinthian record. And then we've got on the outside Liese. Many Austrians who either want to perform or make it to the under-23 championships as a single runner or within the 4x100 meter relay.
That's also another interesting fact. If you have a relay team qualified, or for the other races you don't need the qualifications, but you can get into these championships as a relay runner.
Well, let's see. They've still got a chance to make it. There will be an A and a B final. So 2 more races for men and women. Everything is set up for a finish of a run, I would say. 10:45 to 10:50 would be very promising time here for one of the finishers. Mostly from the central lanes 3, 4, and 5.
I think 4 is a non-starter, so still look at the 3 and 5.
Maybe this time.
A bit of movement there.
They caught somebody. In a exclusively Austrian heat. They probably will have to disqualify one of the athletes. Hard to see if it was.
Maybe Klimov moved slightly in lane number 7, but I think it might only be movement, not a false start.
Of course, the referees give the green cut out, and it's always a little hard, of course, for the audience also to understand who is not with track. Why is there a signal when later on nobody's disqualified? Hard to say.
I think that, as you've seen, the Grumbart, they had a word spoken to him. I would suggest they've just said, please remain stationary when in the set position and not be moving around in the start blocks before the gun is fired.
Well, they are ready once again here for the second try. Third and final heat, men's 100 meters. Kobe Hilton so far the fastest, with a qualified time for the final of 10.20 for the American. Then we've got another false start, but now I'm pretty sure that something is about to happen here at this final heat in the 100 meters. I barely can believe that if it happens a second time, Dave.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if there's just one athlete. They're just not keeping their pressure on the start machines. Of course, once you lose pressure on the back of those start blocks, it recognizes that the force isn't there, and if you react quicker than 0.1 second from the start, that's humanly impossible to do that. And once again, it's the green thing, and once again, one of the more senior officials is telling the athletes it's either movement, which I'm not really seeing, but I would say that they are not keeping the pressure against the start machine.
But it's legal, officially. I mean, obviously.
Yes. Because that can. He didn't false start, but it's setting off the machine. The machine thinks he is false started because he doesn't have the pressure on the start block.
But machines make everything so much better.
But when you see the replay, no one has moved. So he's just basically taking the pressure off the start block with his feet, which sets off the machine, but he hasn't actually moved.
But the pressure is now more on the runners. They are doing this for the third time.
Yes.
Getting back in focus for such a discipline that only lasts for around 10 seconds. Not easy to do,
especially for the two that have this warning now. They're concentrating on...
But now we're ready to run here, so let's see what's going on. Klaus Grünbart and Vasily Klimov should be the fastest ones, and the Upper Austrian and the Carinthian right shoulder on shoulder are finally going in here, 10:53. The Upper Austrian, Klaus Grünbart, therefore also advances to the final, I believe, and 10:53 for him shall be his second fastest time that he has ever performed. Good job in his third attempt.
Exactly. I can see he was one of the ones that had that warning as well, so to keep his composure and still start well. It was a very good race between him and Klimov for probably 90-95 meters before Grumbart got the upper hand there just towards the end and took out the win in that race. But as you said, it's setting up not just an interesting final where perhaps we have with Kobe Hilton a clear favourite, but these 2 or 3, 4 Austrians of who is going to be the fastest Austrian of the day.
Well, it shall be answered in the final men's 100 meters at 6:30, women's final 100 meters 6:20. We've got coming ups within the next few minutes. Women's 800 meters in around 10 minutes at 5:55. Discus throw, I think they are still doing the warm-up as far as we can see here from the commentary position.
They could be in to throwing. I see someone going into the circle, don't have their start number on, but the officials are in the field with the measuring equipment, so I'm not quite sure what's going on. No, we're still just into the warm-up phase, but the throws are getting out towards that 57, 58 meter mark.
And then we've got the finalists actually covered up here. Kobe Hilton, Jan Volko, Lukas Pulnik, Markus Fuchs, Klaus Grünbart, Jakub Nemetz, Carlo Masios and Vasily Klimov will be in the A final later on in the men's 100 meter dash. 6:30, 45 minutes around this to go, maybe also with a slight delay.
And just looking out from our commentary position, I can tell you that Lucas Weiss-Heidinger just popped out a warm-up throw of over 60 meters. So warm-up seems to be going okay for the local Austrian athlete there. And we'll have his throws coming up very shortly once the men's discus throw gets underway. We wouldn't have a stadium record for the discus, seeing as though it was never held in the stadium. But I guess even though it's out of this area, it's still maybe a meeting record or stadium, because that's where the setup was, but it is a 67.76. It's quite a big throw there from Weiss-Heidinger.
These are actually some of the international plus national plus regional sponsors that make it even possible to realize the Sportunion Liese Prokop Memorial Athletics meeting. Well, of course, you need around 100 to 120,000 euros in order to organize everything here, from the transportation of the athletes here to the hotels and to the stadium, to the prize money, to paying everybody that is working for here, such as commentators, such as timekeeping, such as anybody here, and of course a big thanks to everybody who is volunteering here at one of these events, at one of those great track events in Austria, as this is also part as one of the 4 events of the Austrian Top Meeting Series. And women's 800 meters, there is a big field coming up, and I believe, David, as far as we can see from here on, it shall be 2 heats as well. One probably is not enough here. 17 women showed up here, and yes, it will be 2 races coming up here in a few minutes.
Of course, all interest will be on Carolina Bredlinger, who broke the 2-minute barrier for the 800 meters for the first time ever last week at the Track Night Vienna meeting. So she'll be looking to back that up with another solid sub 2-minute run. As I said, conditions are ideal here for running. So if we have some correct and some quality pace making, which is going to help Carolina, then we might get another exceptional run from the 24-year-old Austrian. She came off a very good indoor season, and she has now transferred that into the outdoor season. And as such, hope she can continue it on with a very fast run in what is very good conditions here in St. Pölten at the Sport Union Liese Prokop Memorial Meeting.
In the background, they're showing us currently the participants of the men's discus throw. 8 were supposed to be starting, 7 are finally here for the 2-kilogram piece of the discus. Benjamin Pichler, Gregory Thompson, Lars Koine, Michael Vorreit, Jakob Vorreit, Marius Karges and Lucas Weiss-Heidinger. The Upper Austrian, 33 years old already, is already qualified for the World Championships. Actually, until the 24th of August, you still got time in order to make a qualification for the World Championships in Tokyo. That's Gregory Thompson, 31-year-old British athlete, Benjamin Pichler, you just saw before, the man with the mustache, 20 years old, member as an athlete of the Austrian Army. Lars Koene is from Belgium, 56.55 meters this day. Good improvements of him so far, and now you see two brothers, twins actually, standing alongside with each other, probably the strongest twins in the world. Michael Vorreit and Jakub Vorreit, whereas the lighter one is a little better.
But back in 2019, they actually finished second and third in the under-20 European Championships, so I think there might be a little bit of brotherly competitioning happening.
Usually when there are twins, there's always this one twin who is mostly better.
Yeah, but I mean, both of them medaling at the European Championships is quite an interesting fact.
Pölten, last but not least, für das ÖTP über Oberösterreich Athletik. 70 Meter und 68 hat schon geworfen. Der österreichische Rekordhalter und EM-Silbermedaillengewinner aus dem letzten Jahr. Hier ist Lukas Weißeininger. Rein geht's in den Diskuswurfbewerb der Männer. 7 sind bis dabei. Und mit Lukas Weißeininger und Benjamin Pichler auch 2 Österreicher.
Nie wiem,
Die Top 3 jeweils bitte zurückzukommen. Samuel Bennett, Antonio Alcana und Enzo Diesel. Police come to the victory ceremony. The men's 110 meter hurdles. Samuel Bennett, Antonio Alcana und Enzo Diesel. Und bei den Frauen bitten wir Michael Komjaric, Rosina Schneider und Karin Stramitz zu sich an. Police come to the victory ceremony. Michael Komjaric, Rosina Schneider und Karin Stramitz. Ganz wichtig auch die Information für die 100 Meter Finalläufe bei den Frauen Carolina Sommer.
Was? Das ist ein Brötchen für auf dem Weg.
Und dadurch rückt jetzt Agatha Selarova ins A-Finale auf und Emma Bendova ins B-Finale. Das ist ganz wichtig zu beachten. Very important for the finals, the women's 100 meters. Carolina Marasova will not compete in the A final. So Agata Selarova advanced to the A final and Emma Bendova advanced to the B final. This is very important for the women's 100 meter finals. Und damit zur nächsten Siegerehrung 100 Meter Hürden bei den Frauen. Wir gratulieren zu Rang 3 aus Slowenien mit Saisonbestleistung 12,92 Sekunden. Third place representing Slovenia, Nika Komjaric. Rang 2 geht nach Deutschland mit toller neuer Saisonbestleistung und der drittschnellsten U23-Zeit in Europa heuer. 12,89 Sekunden für Rosina Schneider. Jetzt geht's an die Sportunion Leibniz. 12,81 Sekunden und neuer österreichischer Rekord für Karin Sterne. Meine Damen und Herren, St. Pölten, dieses Hürdenpodest ist einen riesen Applaus wert. Diskuswurf ist bereits, der Kreis ist frei. Unser Luki braucht unsere Unterstützung. Erster Versuch für Luki Weißheiliger. Knapp an die 60 Meter heran. Weiter reichen wir nach, denn wir wollen natürlich da ganz kurz hineinhören. Karin, einmal kurz Dienstlauf, 12,81 österreichischer Rekord. Hier auf der Anlage das Liese von Beate Taylor von Beate Schrott. Was sind das für Gefühle?
Es ist unbeschreiblich. Also ich wirklich gut gefühlt heute, die Stimmung ist mega. Und ja, das ist 81 drauf und der Beate den Rekord übernehmen darf, ist eine sehr gute Ehre.
Das ist ein Riesenapplaus für St. Pölten. Und dann bleibt noch ganz kurz, die Soll ist doch jung, was soll ich sagen, wie ist der Fahrplan?
Ich fliege morgen nach Finnland, habe dann Meeting und dann ich ziehe eben nach Marischweilen, fast meiner Heimat und ja, es sind viele Österreich-Touren und ja, trotzdem das direkte Limit zu attackieren, das wird sehr, sehr schwierig, aber es ist auf jeden Fall
Absolut, Karin. Alles Gute auf dem Weg nach Tokio und noch einmal herzliche Gratulation. Österreichischer Rekord, Karin Sterne. Und damit geht es gleich wieder zurück auf die Laufbahn. Die 800 Meter der Frauen stehen an. Im ersten Lauf sind wir auf Bahn 1, Agatha Straußer. Auf Bahn Nummer 2 mit dabei.
Now we are back again here on a live stream. Sorry for a few technical issues that we had in the background. Luckily, we didn't miss out anything big because we're just back in time with the first attempt of the discus throw, and the 800 meters women's are also about to start. 2 heats we're having here, Dave. Yeah, we're going into the final of the meet.
That's exactly right. There's not many races left now, so we just got these 800 meters. Then we have a finals of the 100 meters, men and women, with A and B final, and the conclusion of the discus. So that's what we have coming up.
We do have Agatha Strauser, Chiara Preidel, Sophie Bucher, Sarah Führer, Elena Trinks, Anja Tlau as a pacemaker, Sandra Schauer and Marie Glaser in this race coming in here. Some want to go for an under 20 standard to make it to the European champs in Tampere, some for the under 23 European champs. Two laps of joy, and later on we've got the even faster heat as well. In the red jersey, you see Anja Tlau. She's an Austrian athlete already qualified for the 400-meter hurdles for the under 23 championships. Pacemaking now. And the upper Austrian, this is Elena Trinks here, the second position. She still wants to qualify. Her personal best this season stands with 209.81, and in case she wants to qualify, she needs a time of 2:06.50. And they're gonna hurry up a little bit. For my taste, it's a little bit too fast. We're just 250 meters through, and they're moving towards a 2:01, 2:02 minute mark. Having, of course, a glance at her watch, and she's seeing we're off way faster than maybe even expected. And then the pacemaker goes out, and they have to do the job on their own. The upper Austrian, Elena Trinks, leading this race here. We're going to go through here with 63.3 seconds for the first 400 meters.
So probably going to run around the 2:08, 2:09.
And Sandra Schauer, also a local athlete here of the club of Austria, of St. Pölten, is in the lead right now. Sarah Führer, her teammate, on her side, shoulder by shoulder, yeah. And as expected for Elena Trinks, that might have been a little too fast in the first already 300 meters, but all the others are still fighting for a great time, passing the 600 meter mark at around 1 minute and 37 seconds. The Latvian athlete Agatha Strauser, 35 years of age, from the Union Salzburg. Seems like she will win this race here in the very final. 2 minutes just passed. Is going for a great time of hers. With a PB of 2:12.92, she's going sub it and putting in some 2:10.56 at the end of the day. Clear new personal best for her, and probably also for some others of the racers. Also, David, the 800 meter ladies delivered. There's still something in here, and I believe we're going to see another big time also in the next heat.
Just hope that they can get the pacing right in the next race. Set to help Carolina and get close to that 2-minute barrier again. There are indeed a couple of other athletes that will be in the race that are also around that 2-minute mark, just a little bit over, with some 2:01, 2:02s. Nina Volkovic would be one to look out for. She has a personal best of 2:01.03 from last year. She actually ran 2:02 indoors this year. So if she can bring that 2:02 indoor form to outdoors, that should be close to a sub 2-minute run.
Very fast first 200, 300, then pacemaker slowed down a bit. As the rest of the field actually benefited from staying quite behind the pacemaker, and at the very end the Latvian athlete working for an Austrian company and also racing for an Austrian club won it by 2:10.56. Second attempt at the moment for Lukas Weisheidinger with a first performance of 59.84.
We're going to expect something a lot bigger from here. I saw some bigger throws in warm-up, and that is one of them now. 64 2 days ago. Actually, replicate.
As well, 67.76 meters for the three-time championships. Recently, yes. Which means extra.
Yeah, from Lucas Farley. I know as soon as so maybe if he gets the tree correct, we will be of this
shoes. Maybe.
Time ago. Maybe it's bringing back.
That was just Enzel here at the victory ceremony performing today. That's getting close.
Bucket maybe.
To learn on the track, especially. As you hear, this means traction, lap action for the very last time of the day. 2 heats in the women's 800 meter. And best 2:09. It's 2:06.50. Ina Vukovic. Try to make brilliant performance just a few days ago, 5 days ago at the Dragnet in Vienna. 1:59. Third Austrian vault goes up to 5 of a second.
Zweiter Lauf über 800 Meter. Und damit Feuerattacke über die 800 Meter.
To go. open.
Exactly right. She's now got that space in front of her to stride out, push on for herself, try and get away from these chasing athletes. And it looks like she's still looking strong with 250 meters to go.
And then we've got the 600-meter mark coming up right now. 128.7. We need 159.00 for maybe a second world standard today for an athlete of the Austrian Athletics Federation.
She's definitely on pace. Let's see what this last 100 meters is going to be like.
It's going to be very, very tight. Maybe sub 2, maybe sub 159 for the Burgenland athlete. The final meters, it's tough for her since she's running on her own for the last couple of meters. 156, 157, 158, 159, 2 minutes and 18 of a second. That was a tough last 200 meters. If she had an opponent, there is more in it. But another great performance of her within 5 days.
Exactly. I mean, it's the second best race of her career. And once she gets into some of these bigger races where she's not leading the last 300, maybe she's still following someone till the last 100. Then she can put in a sprint. She has a bit more people to chase. She has people pushing her from behind. There's going to be a lot of chances for her to get this limit, and I mean from what we've seen in these last 2 races, it's definitely possible for her to achieve that qualification time.
The good thing is, if she can keep performing like 159, 2 minutes flat, there is still a chance that she makes it to the World Championship, since I believe not 56 runners in the world will go sub this mark. So she might, 59, 59, 2, 0, 0, 2, 0, 0. That can be enough for maybe making it to the Worlds. But still, we've got time until the 24th of August to qualify. Also, let's have a look at the final time of course, what Katharina Stöger, the other Austrian, performed, who wanted so bad to make it to the Under-23 Championships of Bergen of Austria. But she has performed once again. Very, very good. Actually coached by her mother, by Uschi Bredlinger. At the 600 meter mark, still everything was fine. I believe she clearly could have PR'd if she had an opponent. She needs 1 or 2 bigger races coming up, and then everything is possible. I'd say also 158. Whilst we're waiting here for the results, third attempt, men's discus throw. Lukas Weiss-Heidinger clearly leading in this competition at the moment, ahead of Marius Kages and Michael Vorreitz, 61.02 in the second attempt, and this is going a little over the 60 meter mark again, maybe with a slight improvement towards the 62 meter mark. Yeah, but he's not so pleased at the moment.
I mean, as we mentioned before, this is the perfect setup for the sprinters, the hurdlers, the javelin throwers. Unfortunately, it's not ideal for the discus throwers, so you really need to have the angle of the discus and the release height even more perfect than you normally would, because you're not going to get the assistance from the wind at all today from the setup that we have here for this competition. But still another 60 meter throw.
We're actually apologizing in case there is some audio problem at the moment, since we're receiving a few messages in the background. We have 6:13 in the evening here in St. Pölten. The arena is almost sold out here, so thank you very much for so many people joining the event here. 3 attempts are through in the men's discus throw, and we got 2 big finales coming up, starting with the women's 100 meters in around 5 minutes. It's going to be the turn of the ladies to perform at their best in the 100 meter dash.
Unfortunately for Katharina Stöger, her race wasn't so good today, so she'll just have to wait till her next run to try and get close to some of the performances that she's wanting to get.
Alongside with the discus throw, we're gonna see 4 more races. 2, the A and the B final in the women's 100 meters, plus the A and the B final in the men's 100 meters as well. Plus the full 8 athletes that we currently are having. And I wouldn't say that Lucas Versheidinger has already won, because his performance, his best so far is 61.02. It's just more or less 1 meter further than the one from Marius Karges from Germany, who produced a 59.94.
We will be starting with the B final first. So we'll be working our way up from the B athletes to then to our faster athletes from the heats earlier on this evening.
We have seen awesome performances. We do have new stadium records. It's a few events we've not had here in the past. Let's see in the 100 meters if still something is possible. 11:17 for the women's. This is possible. Maybe even more possible than the 2:10:08 of the men's 100 meters. But a B final and an A final, both for men and women. Plus discus throw final. We're in round number 4. Everything has changed. The one who has had the worst performance so far is Benjamin Pichler. Just opened round number 4, and we had Lars Kone. Plus, just saw Gregory Thompson from Great Britain in his 4th attempt, 50.401 so far. Jakub Foreit, one of the 2 brothers from the Czech Republic, the twins. 55.94 for the Czech so far. Both born in the year of 2000, 25 years of age. I'm trying to make it towards the 60-meter mark, but this might not be in it yet. 24 years. Well, and then the other brother goes into the ring. Hard to say if conditions change that much since they have moved the discus throw into the main field. Actually, it's just 80 meters away from where it was during the last years. Maybe a slight change, but for sure not a big one. For Michael Foreit, 3rd place at the moment, it's been a performance of 56.63 meters. Just 50 centimeters so far ahead of his brother, and he is similarly performing to him at the moment.
It's not too far away from their season's best, but in career best for Mikhail has thrown over 61 meters, so still have a few more meters to get back up into that range that he was capable of back in 2023.
Job at Marius Karges, the 22-year-old German, who has already stunned a few athletes. Pretty new in the scene, in this world-class scene, with 64.11 as a personal best, and trying to go to the 60-meter mark with this throw. And he might take the lead with this one, since Lukas Weisheidinger has performed 61.02, and I think this was very, very close to the performance of the Austrian.
It looked to be that meter or so over that 60-meter line that we see out there. I mean, of course, that line isn't centimeter perfectly exact, but it was well clear of that, and it could be up into the 61 meters. Was indeed 60-76. So quite close. We now have a bit of a battle on our hands.
I mean, Weisheidinger knows he can perform way better. He has thrown further in Turku in Finland just a few days ago, but he has technically not had the perfect throw yet. And now all of a sudden the German is right in his neck, just 30 centimeters or even a little bit less behind him. Now there's pressure on him, but I guess he can deal with it.
Well, I mean, as an athlete of his caliber, he should be able to, but it's also good for him to have this pressure, to get used to it at these competitions, so when it comes into major competitions, he knows how to handle it.
We're slightly touching the 60-meter mark, so no advance here for the Olympic medalist, who has to fight for the win. As we're probably switching over before the final two attempts to the B final women's 100 meters, followed by the A final later on. It's going to be the final sprints here at the Liese Prokop Memorial.
So we start with the B final, and as you see there in lane number 1, it's Emma Bendova. Lane number 2, Nina Meyerhofer, Austrian athlete there. Joni Tomacic Prezejl from Slovenia in lane number 3. In lane number 4, we have Lenka Kofikova from the Slovak Republic. Lane number 5, Alena Schönhardt from Germany. And in lane number 6, we have Patricia Bruninger from Austria. Starting from lane number 7 is Amy Bal-Grebecki from the Slovak Republic. And then rounding out the field, we have Katharina Stadler, another Austrian athlete. So as per normal, if the seedings are correct, the athletes in the middle of the field will be the ones to look out for.
And there is just a slight breeze, slight tailwind, almost perfect conditions for the sprinters.
Schönhardt and Kovikova will be two of the ones to look out for. They had 11.77 and 11.79 in the heats, with Patricia Bruninger with an 11.80 just behind them. So it's a good start from all athletes there as we get away in this B final from the 100 meters, and it is the athletes in the middle lanes fighting it out, but it looks like it will be Kovikova that takes the win in lane 4, just ahead of Schönhardt in lane 5. 11.58 will be the unofficial time. If that is correct, that's about 0.2 faster than the heat times.
And this is not any less than we would have expected, I would say.
The wind's still at 1.6, so the wind is basically exactly the same as heat times. So they're getting no advantage from that. So if we take that into consideration, this is setting up a very nice race for the A final.
Well, there we go. The stadium record for women is 11.17. Held by Karina Horn, an athlete that, and I can say this directly, got banned. So,
be good to see a new name on the stadium record list.
Wouldn't be too bad. 6:25 in the evening. For all the lady lades that showed up maybe just right now, this is the Liese Prokop Memorial. We're moving into the final minutes. Of course, you can watch all the content here on demand. It will stay here at the European Athletics channel on YouTube for probably forever and ever, so you can rewatch and overwatch it one more time. So you can do all the meets that are covered here by the European Athletics and by our media partner Streamster.tv. We've got 3 more races coming up, plus the very final of the men's discus throw. 2 more attempts for the top athletes and then 1 more for most of the others. And once again here, this quick recap. This is how it looks like when they're racing the 100 meters. They, once again, David, we're switching the directions.
Exactly right. We're using the advantage of the wind here in this great stadium here in St. Pölten. So giving the athletes the full advantage to run fast times, and they're taking advantage of that and running really good times for us. As we can see, Alenka Kovikova ran a personal best time of 11:58, just in front of Elena Schönhardt, who had 11:73, with Joni Tomicic Prezelj in 11:72, a season's best.
I mean, all athletes in between 11 and exactly 12:00. That's a good result at the very end of the day. So we are moving into the finals of the attempt series 5 in men's discus. Mikael Forreit, this is who you have on the screen right now. He has produced 56.63 meters. The 24-year-old Czech athlete is just a little bit ahead of his brother, just by 40 centimeters. And once again, he is having a good series, but not having this one big throw so far that's maybe putting him towards the 60 meters mark.
So we switch back to the track now for our A final, the fastest women here today in St. Pölten. Lane 1, Agata Salarova from the Slovak Republic. Chloe Rabach is in lane 2 from Switzerland. In lane number 3, it's the local athlete from Union St. Pölten here in Austria, Magdalena Lindner. Lane number 4 coming from Jamaica, Christiana Williams. Lane number 5, we have the 31-year-old German Alexandra Burghardt. Another one impressive win in her heat. Lane number 6 coming from Slovakia, Delia Farapur, who ran a personal best in the heats earlier, so she's in very good form. Victoria Wilhuber from Austria will start in lane number 7. And on the outside there in lane number 8 we'll have Justina Schotti. So we're set for an exciting final here of this 100-meter race. The final. If you just cast your mind back to the heats, we had Christiana Williams winning her heat in 11:31. We had Burkhardt winning her heat in 11:36. Unfortunately, we don't have Manasova in the final. But we have Farapur, who ran 11:42 in a personal best. So the race is set up now for anybody to win this race. And let's just see how close we can get to that 11:17 stadium record. There's 3, 4, 5, and 6. Linda, Williams, Burkhardt, and Falchor. And they're away. And again, it's Williams with the fast start. She's the one that's first out. But it's the taller figure of Burkhardt that's coming down her side. But Williams fights back. But it's Burkhardt that's going to take the win. Burkhardt will win just in front of Williams. And Linda will be in third place. Unofficially was 11:18. It has been corrected to 11:17, which equals the stadium record. But unfortunately, we have a 2.6 meter tailwind. So an illegal win there. So the time won't actually officially count for any records or personal best, but extremely good running to run 11:17. It's going to be very interesting to see the results from the other ladies as well in that race, who have probably also ran unofficially faster than they have ever ran before.
For standards, a time with too much wind would not count. For a win of a race for the prize money, it does. Does it for the stadium record is the question. Probably not, right?
I would say maybe. This is up to the organizers or the stadium. But because it equaled the record, maybe they can put it in with an asterisk with too much
Or maybe
wind.
somebody can use our Instagram channel.
It didn't actually break the record, so the other time will remain there. But maybe they could share it with, as I said, an asterisk and
we will see it on the website of the Liese Prokop Memorial probably by tomorrow.
Was the stadium record run with 11:17 with illegal wind?
It doesn't say it here, but we can look it up, of course, well later. Let's talk about this next year at the edition in 2026.
Yes, if it's on the list, we can say we saw the stadium record last year.
Well, once again, this is race recap here. Christiana Wilhelm, second place. Third place for Magdalena Lindner for the Austrian, I believe. And Elena Burkhardt. Good race. And the win takes the €1,000 prize money with home as well. We are in the last attempts in the men's discus throw. We got 5 more athletes, plus later on the men's 100-meter final.
And there we have the results of that very fast final of the 100 meters. Alexander Burkhardt 11:17, Williams 11:21, Lindner 11:26, Farapor 11:32. That was the first 4 athletes across the line there.
Gregory Thompson 54:01. Last chance to improve is this right now in this moment, but it's not going to happen for him today. His best performance is from attempt number 2, 51:04, and therefore he will be in 6th place at this competition. 5th place, sorry. Jakub Foreit, 56.16, is getting ready for his final throw of the day. Just slightly behind his brother. 47 centimeters at the moment separates him from a spot on the top 3 podium here in St. Pölten.
He has thrown a PB this season of 58.48, so he's not too far from that. So it's probably been very good throwing from Jakob today.
Still, again in this middle section, around 54 to 55 meters once again, and therefore no further improvement for him. It will be at least a 3rd place, and I believe they will stay there. Michael Foreit, his brother, who will be up next. And after him, just Marius Karges from Germany and Lukas Wasiding are left, who are both still fighting here for the win in the men's discus throw, as they are just around 26 centimeters apart from each other. 56.63. Jakub Foreit stays. Oh, that might do something. That might change something. I walked out pretty quickly. I'm not sure if they're still gonna measure it. And quickly in goes Marius Kages, the young German athlete. He has to throw 61.02 if he wants to make it on the top. 61.03, I'm sorry. 1 centimeter ahead of Lukas Weisheidinger, the Austrian. Last year's winner and stadium record holder this would be.
Mikael Foreit, the throw we just saw, was measured at 55.80, so his best will remain at 56.63, which we achieved in the second round.
Full gas and total risk of Marius Kages from Germany. That will not be the bitter mark. And we hard to see actually, but I guess it was 60, but not a 61 meter.
No, it's that little bit short of his 60.76 that he threw earlier, but it's another 60-meter throw there.
Which means, in case this is not any further, it will be the first win of the season for Lukas Weisheidinger. In front of home crowd, winning. It's also good for the confidence.
Exactly. I mean, and he only competed a few days ago, so he's probably still a bit tired from that Wettkampf. But for him to turn up and throw quality throws, I mean, it's not the quality that he's after, but still a few 60-meter plus throws is good for him.
Will take time. We got 6:36 in the evening. It's the last throw in the discus competition. Lukas Weisheidinger, multiple medalist at international events here in his season. The first one is a young father, actually. And
there's a big one.
That's it, finally. That's the one he needed. That's the one he was looking for.
But I think he may have fallen out the front of the circle because he got to that position very quickly.
Yeah, he's already there. And the result is also already in the system, which means no valid throw, but he knows he can throw 64 meters if he has a good throw at the moment. So congratulations to Lukas Weisheidinger on winning the men's discus throw with 61.02 meters.
That leaves just 2 races left. The fast man and then the faster man.
The A and the B final. With the B coming up, of course, first in the already set to race. Julian Mališnik, we see here from Vienna. We do have 7 Austrians and 1 Czech athlete here in this B final. And of course, they're also trying to push for their glory, trying to recommend themselves for Austrian relays at international competitions. Julian Mališnik, and we have Michael Magyarian, both from the same club, from the DSG Vienna. Tomáš Lišák, the only Czech athlete and the only foreigner in this field here. 270, 1072 this season already. Felix Lang, P beats with 1070 in the heats. Is in great shape at the moment. The young athletes from Graz, that is the second biggest city in the country of Austria. Max Förster from the SVS Athletics right beside him. Also already in the under 23 category. Will probably not directly be able to qualify, but maybe through a relay for the under 23 championships. Gabriel Bornemann, born in the year of 2007, trying to qualify for the under 20 championships. Just 10 hundredths of a second he's missing out. Julian Winkelmeier from Vienna and Nicolas Schwendt also on the outside. Both very talented young men. Here we go. 8 athletes are in here in this race, trying to PB.
This is the B final, the men's 100 meters.
Well, it's been a blast the whole day. We have had a few world-class performances. Mainly, Dave, though, in the sprints.
Exactly. The sprint hurdles to be even more precise. But as we said, we still got these 2 races to go. I mean, I don't think they're going to set the track on fire in this race, but a big chance for some personal best for these athletes, and then set everything up for the last event of the evening.
Of course, for athletes, national athletes from Austria, a big chance also here to showcase what they've got. Boy, now they're not only using the electronical setup, but also a real pistol to bring the athletes back to the start line. So another struggle we're having here.
Felix Lang, I think, might be. Look in the middle of the screen in the blue top. Nope,
oh,
the black. The black
the Czech
in
athletes.
lane 3.
In case they give him the card, but this should be Tomáš Líšák from the Czech Republic.
But once again, I mean, in my opinion, he moved, but he didn't leave the blocks. So I'm anticipating a warning. Please try to stay still. But I'm not the judge, and I'm not the guy with the red card in his hand that's going to say you're disqualified.
I mean, finally we've got this one disqualification. Now he can't
see, he
look
wants to
at
look
it.
because he knows he didn't leave the blocks, but he definitely moved, and that's going to be what has put him out. You can see back in the replay. Lane 3, the taller guy there in the black t-shirt. You see the move there.
The thing is, I keep seeing this at like bronze and silver medal meets, but I never see this at a World Champs or at a Diamond League.
But if I was him, I would actually say, looking back at that replay, the guy also on his inside moved a little bit before he moved. So I could call it a distraction.
He is, and he's back in the race now.
Yeah, but he's got the red card, so he's in there unofficial. He's disqualified, but running under protest is the official terms of it. So he can, because obviously if he thinks it's okay, he protests. Once the race is over, it's too late if he's not in the race. So he can run now, protest, and
this time counts for him personally, but can never be a standard for anything.
Yes. Yeah. He will get a time until he either protests or the protest is dismissed, and then it'll be disqualified. He will have disqualified on the result sheet.
But still, they have to refocus, especially hard for Tomáš Líšák from the Czech Republic. But they have to get this out of their heads right now for 2 more times. The stadium here in St. Pölten is completely cooled down. Silence all over the place for the B final and later on the A final, men's 100 meters. And here we go for another few personal bests, maybe, so to speak. The Czech is doing pretty well, but so is Max Förster and so is Felix Lang. But Förster wins this one in 10:62 seconds.
0.8 meter tailwind, so legal conditions for that race. So any personal bests will count as a legal time.
Well, I guess they all have shown what they've got so far, because in case everything is fine, it's a new personal best for Max Förster, born in 2005, who's getting closer and closer to be, for sure, in the 4x100 meter relay team for the Under-23 Championships in Bergen, since you can still qualify until the 6th of July for this race, but also for making it maybe to the team or as a single. Also for Gabriel Bornemann, who is still a under-20 athlete, the qualification would be 10:62. He missed it just by a little bit, but still, I guess, PB'd once again. Well, we're looking forward for the results. You can, by the way, find them either on the website of the Liese Prokop Memorial, it's just liesepokopmemorial.at, or you go to the website of the Austrian Federation that is called oelv.at, or by tomorrow all the results shall also be on the website of the European Athletics Federation. A tight race. Sometimes I feel like not all the athletes know exactly where the finish line is. Have you seen this?
Yes, that's what I was saying earlier. it's not only are they not looking at the clock, but as you see on the screen now, there's normally numbers just before the finish line. They're just running to a line. All of a sudden, a line appears and...
3 young Austrians in the front. Max Förster, Gabriel Bornemann and Felix Lang. 3 new personal bests already in the heats. Once again here in the final. This is how you perform in front of the home crowd, right?
And once again, it's proving the conditions are good for fast running.
And we will see in a few moments of time how fast it can still get in the final of the finals of the men's section today. We already have seen great hurdles performances. I remember Karin Stramitz going for the new Austrian record of 12:81 in the women's 100-meter hurdles. Her teammate and local clubmate Enzo Diesel, 13:20, clear world standard in the men's 110-meter hurdles. 13:20, the second fastest time an Austrian has ever performed over the short hurdles. And now we've had a great women's 100-meter finale. We have had some great men B heat already, and now the A final is currently going on. We've had some victories of Victoria Hudson and Lukas Heidinger, the 2 top throwers that we have currently here in Austria, and this will be the last few minutes here of our coverage, with another top point being the 100-meter final of this men's race. Some of them have already PB'd in the heat, and now as we just have a little bit of tailwind coming up, maybe 1 meter or something like this would be enough for another 2 or 3 athletes to make a great performance. And I guess those 2 will be the main characters. Jan Volko, the Slovakian athlete, a specialist more or less in the 60 meters rather than in the 100, and Markus Fuchs, the Austrian record holder, on the other side. But let's not forget one thing. There was an Austrian with Lukas Pulnik who was faster in the heats. Doesn't say it all, but it's on paper. Ready for a final, ladies and gentlemen. On the left side also Kobe Hilton, let's not forget about him. He was the fastest in the heats, 10:24. I believe it's going to be a very tight race, and I believe it's going to be very fast, since the track here in St. Pölten, Austria might be one of the fastest one that we're having here in the heart of the Alps. Lukas Pulnik, a new Corinthian, a new regional record for him in the heats, 10:42. He has impressively improved his performances over the last couple of weeks, and now he's greatly back in shape. He cannot lose, he can risk and see what happens. Carlo Marcius from Croatia, 10:59, also very well performed, might be going for a PB of 10:42. Klaus Brünbart, he won his heats, he has performed 10:52 in the heats, and now his 10:49 shall fall. This will be, or would be, a personal best for the Upper Austrian athlete and the clubmate actually of discus thrower Lukas Heidinger. Kobe Hilton, the only United States finalist here, 10:24 as his season best for him here in Austria in the heat. 10:11 is his personal best, but he already gave it more or less all in the heat. And look how happy he is, David.
When he played up to the crowd in the race in the heats, he's playing up to the crowd again at the start of the race. What can the Austrian record holder, Austrian champion, deliver in the final?
Markus Fast Fox Fuchs, representing here also the local track club, the Union St. Pölten, 10:49 in the heats. I guess he can go for a 10:30 time, but 10:08 is his national record. And Jan Volko, 10:37 in the heats. He's a dangerous man for the win, of course. And then we have on the outsider lanes, lane 7 for Vasily Klimov, 20 years old, young Corinthian athlete. He's made just PBs. He already PB'd this season with 10:60. And Jakub Nemec on the outside from Slovakia, 10:53 in 2025. Everything is set up, weather is good, temperatures are fine, the wind is blowing slightly from behind. Track hard, what do you want more? Right, personal bests. It's the last event today.
Keep your eye out in lanes 5 and 6. Fuchs and Volko get out of the blocks very fast, but as seen in the heats, Kobe Hilton in lane 4 will be chasing them down, and he finished very strongly with the fastest time in the heats. Not forgetting, Fuchs eased up, so he has still something left in the tank. It's going to be very interesting.
Of Kobe Hilton, the fastest in the heats, 10:24. Maybe going for 10:15 or something. But let's see. Maybe we're going to get surprised here a bit. there will be a risky start, I believe.
Stadium record 10:08.
Same with the Austrian record, held by him 2 years ago. The last event, it's 6:49, St. Pölten, Austria. And everything is on, and Fuchs had a great start, but Kobe Hilton is aside him. On the right side, you have Jan Volker, who is in the front. Kobe Hilton is doing very, very well. Volker, it's going to be Kobe Hilton. 10:25 here is the time of the winner with a tailwind of 0.4 meters per second. Congratulations to the US American, who performed more or less the same time as he produced as well here right now in the final. I guess, David, this is a winner that everybody can live with.
I think so, and it's exactly as predicted. Fuchs and Volkov got out hard. They sort of left Hilton behind a little bit, but once he got up and running into his stride, that last half of his race, he really caught up and then passed them. And I mean, he didn't win convincingly, but he got past them just in time and went across the finish line in first place.
A good comeback also for the Austrian, who actually has now proven that he is the number one and he's the man to beat at the upcoming track meets, also for the national championships.
Exactly, but it also shows the other guys. He's not in top shape at the moment, so the other Austrians have something to chase.
They definitely do have, since we have seen a few athletes that make it in between the 1050 and 1060 section, so something is coming, maybe Austria, maybe a relay team as well. Well, from an active side, this was it more or less here from this part. We're going to get in a few more images. We're going to still be waiting for the 100-meter results. But as we have started already at 1 p.m. in the afternoon, and now it's almost 7 p.m., we say, of course, thank you for everybody who was watching here at the live stream of European Athletic and on Streamster.tv. Plus, of course, to all the track fiends that keep watching here any production or any live stream here from the European Athletics.
Still just waiting for these results to officially come through. I believe the official time of the winner will be 10:25. Just need the placings and times of the other 7 athletes. As we see there, the athletes also waiting for their times to come through. Checking out the mobile phone there from our meeting director, Beata Taylor. Big thank you goes out to her and her organizational team that have put on another great Liese Prokop Memorial Meeting 2025 here in St. Pölten.
We're still missing the times here of the 100-meter final. Finally, we got them in here. Oh, you see it. So Kobe Hilton, 10:25. Jan Volko, 10:32 as the second placed at the very moment. And we have, I think, Markus Fuchs, 10:35, I believe it was.
10:32 was second, 10:38 is third with Pulnig. That's not.
Whoa!
I'm not sure. He was on the inside. I just seen the replay now on our screens. Pulnig on the inside. Lane number 1.
That would be the surprise of the day, to be honest. Gonna look this back up, of course. This would be a huge surprise, of course, here in this race. But once again, you can always check everything here on demand in this race. As everybody, of course, is waiting here in the background of this race. But it's actually true. Just saw it here on the screen here. Lukas Pulnig, the Austrian. Officially, at the moment, the fastest one. Unbelievable.
Didn't even dip at the line. He can still get
what the heck
100.
is going on here? Crazy. And I think it was 10:35, right? And Fuchs 10:38.
No, 38 was...
Or was it 32? And we finally do have the results.
Up on screen
Oh my
now.
god, this is absolutely crazy. Kobe Hilton 10:25, Jan Volko 10:32, Lukas Pulnig, the Corinthian athletes. New regional records and a new PB, of course, as well, of 10:38. This is a performance nobody has expected, I think, today. Maybe his coach, maybe himself, but the rest of us probably not. Markus Fuchs, 10:43, Jakub Nemetz, 10:57, Vasily Klimov, 10:61, Carlo Marcius, 10:62, and Klaus Krimpatz has not finished the race. Some big surprise, Dave, at the very end of the day.
Extremely big surprise, and now Markus Fuchs has a bit more motivation, I think, to come back and reclaim the fastest Austrian for this season.
That was it, more or less, ladies and gentlemen, from our side. You're going to see probably some of the images of the victory ceremonies that was coming up. And David, it was a pleasure once again hosting here this event.
Absolute great event. The hurdles, highlights of the day. But I think from us here in the commentary position, we'll say goodbye now and just leave the viewers to watch some of the lasting images from the end of our program.
Well, stay with the track, stay with athletics. Goodbye and good evening.
Ja, einmal mehr ein super Wettkampf. Was sind jetzt die Pläne für die nächsten Wochen? Wie sieht der Fahrplan Richtung Tokio aus?
Ja, wir haben jetzt noch ein paar Wettkämpfe in